which is the federal building downtown. The second building, which is the federal building on Westwood Boulevard. And as far as I know, nothing has happened in Westwood at all. So this was not needed. The idea that the administration would usurp the authority of our state government, take it away from our governor, Gavin Newsom. The governor knows that if we put a request in for the National Guard and it went to him, he would comply. There was never an issue there because we were never thinking about calling upon the National Guard. So I do want you to know that the violence that has happened has required LAPD to ask for additional assistance, but not from the federal government. We are a county of 88 cities. There's a number of police departments in those cities, and we have the sheriff's department. And so we have received assistance from the California Highway Patrol. I mentioned the sheriffs from Orange County, San Bernardino, Riverside, Santa Barbara, Ventura County, and a number of law enforcement departments around the county. So with them being fully deployed now, we're establishing a unified command under LAPD and Chief McDonnell, which will accelerate our ability to respond to hotspots when people splinter off and create pockets of trouble. So I do want to thank all the officers who've been working tirelessly and putting themselves at risk to keep our city safe. But the real solution of all of this is for the administration to stop the raids. We have heard that these raids might take place for the next 30 days. We don't know how many are going to take place in a given day. And you just think about the disruption to families and the disruption to our local economy. You might have a mother who goes to work in someone's home doing childcare or taking care of the household, a father who is the gardener or doing landscaping, people who are working in factories, and people without documents who are running small businesses, contributing to our economy in every step of the way. So I just want to conclude by saying we are 12 months away from the World Cup. We need the administration to help us prepare. They are talking about spending over $100 million with this deployment, which is why I say that I feel like we've all been in Los Angeles a part of a grand experiment to see what happens when the federal government decides they want to roll up on a state or roll up on a city and take over. So with that, I would open it up for questions, of which Zach will manage.
Start with Josh and then go to Craig. Thanks, Mayor Bass. I know that you're saying that some of the violence that we've seen, the chaos later in the evenings, that it's only limited to a few streets, but it does seem to be ramping up. There was a lot of looting last night spreading to other parts of downtown LA. I know you've said that the solution is to stop the raids.
ثم إننا ندعو ومن الآن كإجراء.
Well, first of all, when I say a few streets, I don't mean that to mean like it's very small, because the vandalism, especially the graffiti, has happened kind of outside of that. But nevertheless, I'm trying to counter the image that this is happening all over our city, because it is not. And so we do want law enforcement to respond aggressively. Anybody that is out committing crimes are not doing it in solidarity with immigrants. They are doing the exact opposite. So we have to enforce the law here. I'm going to continue advocating with the federal government, though, to see how disruptive this is. But there needs to be a call that says this is unacceptable, and if you engage in this behavior, you will be prosecuted. Now, we're looking at things like curfews. We're looking at other aggressive response that we can have in case this violence breaks out again.
Do you think there will be a curfew? And wouldn't you say that the LAPD is being aggressive?
Well, I do think that they are, but I do think that we need to be in terms of prevention. And I don't mean aggressive in terms of engaging with the crowd, but there's things that you can do to prevent. So I had a brief conversation with the chief this morning about a curfew. So we will be meeting about that later on today. And that's the type of aggressive tactic I was referring to. The new information this minute. Go ahead.
Yes, and so your response to that, it seems like despite the calls from you and the governor, the answers are going the opposite direction.
Well, that doesn't...
Okay, so we've been listening to Mayor Karen Bass. This was from earlier today. We're going to step out of this.
really wouldn't do that, but okay. I really wouldn't.
Of the military service to which they align to. So, yes, the president can do that. And what he's brought them in to do at this point is it's not to support civil authorities in general. It's not acting at a request from the governor to the federal government saying, hey, we need support. He's doing what's called federal to federal, which is federal military coming in to provide support for a federal agency or federal agencies. In this case, the support is they're providing security at federal property, federal installations. It's a very different mission, and I've heard a lot of convoluted back and forth on this. And the president can do that, but there is a clock ticking. There's the U.S. Economy Act, which looks at the cost of this and says at some point you have to look at alternative sources that could be more economical. So that's kind of ticking in the background.
So, Hal, if you could clarify for us, and correct me if I'm wrong, about the powers that the National Guard and, yes, the Marines will eventually have. From what I understand, they cannot arrest and detain anyone. And if they do, Pandora's box is open. Do I have that right?
Well, what it is in their current status as Title 10, which is they're federalized, so they're under Title 10 status. They are prohibited by law. It's called the Posse Comitatus Act of 1878 from engaging in law enforcement activity. So they can't arrest anybody. Doesn't mean they couldn't they couldn't provide security at an installation. They actually do that all the time at federal military installations all over the place. So they can do that, but they can't go out there and do like police functions like you see LAPD or LA County Sheriff's doing. They are prohibited unless the president invokes the Insurrection Act. And if he invokes the Insurrection Act, that shifts because that is saying that the state or local authorities have lost control of the situation, and the only way to regain control is to use the military, and that is that exception. And that's where you kind of hear a lot of the political language right now, is kind of setting it up one way or the other.
So this is what the president said today in the Oval Office when asked whether or not he would invoke the Insurrection Act. He said, quote, "If there's an insurrection, I would certainly invoke it. We'll see." He says, "But I can tell you last night was terrible and the night before that was terrible." So it seems like he's leaving the door open, or at least not ruling it out.
Oh, he's not ruling it out. He's very much left that door open. In fact, some would probably say he opened that door by what's been happening here. But no, I've been listening consistently. He has definitely had rhetoric or language that aligns with a decision, should he decide to do it, to invoke the Insurrection Act.
So,
and if he does, no doubt there will be legal review on that to find out, was it justified?
Okay, so Hal, I just want to juxtapose this shot that we have right now from the very same shot we had last night. This is outside the Roybal Federal Building in downtown LA. And last night at this very time, there was a huge throng of protesters right up to those law enforcement agents with shields. And it was very tense, and it really did turn into many clashes, so much so that a dispersal order was given, unlawful assembly was instituted, and they got them out of there eventually. But today, Hal, look at that. Traffic is going right in front of the building. That's the federal building right there. You don't see a protester in sight. What do you make of that? Is that progress? Because I want to ask you this. The fact that the Marines have not been called in. They have been activated. They have been deployed. They're not in Los Angeles, as far as we know. It's been reported they have not yet left their stationing area. Does that undercut the necessity of bringing them in the first place, Hal?
Well, I think the Marines are coming in. I did see pictures of Marines in buses leaving 29 Palms. I
Right,
don't
but
know where.
Hal, my point is they're not in downtown Los Angeles.
They're not in downtown Los Angeles yet. We have not seen them yet. And, you know, the total force, once it's a raid, will be almost half the size of LAPD. So it's a pretty big force. But I don't know that the White House really is concerned about the Roybal building situation. I think they have something else in mind, and they want to bring in all these forces. And I would say that if you're looking at securing all the federal property, all the federal offices, all the federal stuff, it would take a very large force to really secure that. So that's probably some of the math that's involved. But my sense is I don't see them turning off the Marines. But
I see.
But the Marines could be going to another location. I can think of a place where they might stage before they go into Los Angeles to those federal properties involved.
So, Hal, last question for you. We're almost at the top of the hour. You and I discuss so often these conflicts around the world, in Russia, in Ukraine, in the Middle East. I was seeing online
Depot and 7-Eleven to seek out people to arrest. So just, people who are working, not the criminals and murderers and rapists we were told that the Trump administration was going to target. It is also just regular working people. So that is what they did. ICE conducted a raid at an LA area Home Depot, which was the initial flashpoint.
What's up, guys? My name's Corey, doing this broadcast here because we have quite a few protests going on, and I figure I'd compile them how I'm watching them so you guys can see as well. There are a lot more going on, so if you guys want to stick with me tonight, I will kind of change out what we are watching. I'll kind of keep it like this so you can see Chicago protest live, New York protest, Los Angeles. We have two different screens going up, so if you got a big screen, something like that, you can just hook this up and I'll just go through and we can listen to each one of these, periodically check in. So thank you for watching. Again, I am not normally a streamer, but I realized I went to my phone and I was trying to search for the protests live, and it just gives you a whole bunch of, lives that were from 2 days ago. It makes it really hard to find them. So let's go ahead and tune into Chicago and let's see what they're doing here, because I haven't seen anyone covering the Chicago. Let's turn the sound on. So what I saw in Chicago was the police, if you notice, do not have the right equipment. They were standing there without helmets, without masks, without riot gear. But let's go ahead and watch Chicago for a little bit. Alright guys, if you are tuning in, we are going to be checking various locations. And I'll get all this worked out here. There we go. So I'll go ahead and pause it, show you what I'm doing. So there are multiple protests. There are actually, I had Grok scan how many protests are going on, and there are 24 protests. So forgive me for the non-conventional layout, but I think it's a good way for us to kind of scan, watch. I'll be monitoring some other ones on my other screen. If I see anything happen, I'm gonna pull it in and then make it big. But yeah, look over here. So we got New York, already something going down. Let's go ahead and zoom in, check New York for a little bit. And we are a little bit behind live, 2 minutes. I'll speed that up here in a minute. Let's go ahead and just speed through. So we can just hang out and watch, see what's going on. New York police look much more prepared than Chicago. Same thing happening in Chicago right now, guys. So, yeah, they're getting wild. Let's go ahead and get all the way up to the, make sure we're live. There we go. We're live. Chicago right now. Sorry, this one is New York.
Alright, as you guys can see, there was just a clash, let's call it, between NYPD and protesters. And again, that happened after we heard that someone was being arrested. I'm not sure what the pretense for the arrest was. Perhaps not being on the sidewalk, I'm not sure.
It's sad, guys. You could do anything else.
We are watching New York City right now. Around 24 protests that are known.
Okay,
We got one arrest right there. Let's go ahead and zoom back out and let's look at what else is going on. We got Chicago over here. Down in the bottom we have 2 streams for Los Angeles. You can see tons of police there. Yesterday we saw the National Guard in this building right here, I think it was. It's not so pleasant hearing this, but I guess we'll do it for the sake of understanding what's going on in our country. We got a bunch of people upset. ICE is going around raiding the different locations. ICE is raiding all these different locations, and a lot of ICE raids today. Actually, there were some raids in, I believe it was Memphis, 100 arrests. I may be wrong on the exact location. I think it was Memphis. You guys may know, give me in the chat. But I am monitoring various streams right now. I was doing this for myself, checking all the different streams. I had like 8 different streams open. I was like, man, it'd be nice if somebody did this on YouTube so we could just kind of peek in, and I'll be doing some of the labor here for you guys. So if we see something wild going down in one of these locations, I will, you know, pull in the full screen for you and maybe give a little bit of narrative if I have some. But yeah, if you guys got anything to say, put it in the chat. If I'm missing any locations that need to be brought in, let me know. Another reason I'm doing this is, you can go to YouTube on your phone and find a stream, and it's from 2 days ago, or they pretty much just put the same streams. CNN, it's mostly CNN, ABC, and a lot of those streams aren't so good. I like this guy's stream over here, live now. This guy's been doing a good job jumping back and forth to various channels, but it was just one stream, so let's go ahead and watch. We got Los Angeles down here. They are marching. Let's go ahead and look in there. Yep, this is live coverage from the helicopter, Los Angeles. You can see Mexican flags flying. You don't see anyone at the high points there. You'd think maybe they'd have some of those National Guard members watching from the top. We're not sure yet exactly where the National Guard is all stationed. There was 2,000 brought into Los Angeles, with supposedly another 2,000 tonight, and then 700 Marines are on standby. So should make for an interesting night here. It also seems that there are larger crowds in Los Angeles tonight than the previous 2 nights. And I think tonight may be a full moon. Is it a full moon tonight? Okay, I was trying the full screen here. It looks like it's maybe not working on the stream. Let's see here. Let's see if my system is working correctly for you guys. Thank you for tuning in. Okay, looks like we're getting a full screen that way. There's a pretty good delay on my end, but we are live regardless. I'm gonna try something here. Forgive me, we'll get this all locked in here real quick, okay? Just, I'm not usually streaming protests, but let's see here. Looks like we are getting, wow, some cars trying to get through, and looks like the people are not beating up the cars yet. We've seen the past few days been lighting cars on fire. All right, this is Los Angeles, guys. Thank you for tuning in. Go ahead, give me a comment. Tell me where you're watching from. Let's go ahead and zoom back out. What we're going to be doing tonight is I am going to be, hold on, getting this all set up. Let's do this like this. There we go. All right. So Los Angeles on the bottom, and then we got New York and Chicago. These are the hot spots to be watching. Again, if you guys know of somewhere else that I should be monitoring, let me know. We've already seen arrests in New York and Chicago. Los Angeles seems kind of like a free-for-all. They've been kind of roaming around. There has been, I saw 2 arrests earlier. They ran out in the highway, and they arrested 2 of them and got them off the highway. Let's go ahead and hear. Let's listen in to Los Angeles.
We demand that you take your militarized equipment and troops and stop occupying our communities immediately. Efforts of ICE officers clearly intending to escalate what was a lawful and peaceful demonstration.
And back live here, you can see all the vehicles beginning to arrive and the crowd beginning to grow. A very peaceful crowd at this point, I do have to say. This is not the first time they've had rallies out here at Bristol and McFadden, and they can get quite large. But at this point, they have been very, very peaceful. Even the stuff going on downtown was loud, in your face, but it never came to blows or anything like that. And if I could wear a Dodgers hat in this territory, you know, and I'm not getting it, you know it's not so bad. But of course, we're going to have to see what happens later on. But generally, the situation here, people have been very peaceful, and we'll keep our eye on it. They're just making their voices heard. I'm Christina Gonzalez, live in Santa Ana. Back to you guys in the studio.
Noting Santa Ana being in Orange County and maybe not Dodger territory, or maybe. But anyway, Christina, we were on the news last night with the protesters pretty late into the night there in Santa Ana. We also talked about there being an ICE raid or two in Santa Ana and surrounding Orange County areas. What are you hearing about that, ICE operations there?
Yeah, I mean, the people that we talked to are telling us that they've had several raids out here, and that is what's bringing out people to the streets. And they've been going on for a while, and they're expecting more. And the reality is that, as you see, let me get out of the way again so you can see some of these people. One of the things we are hearing from people, and not only here, but in LA everywhere, is that they were told by their politicians that this is a sanctuary city, a sanctuary state, and that they would be safe. And the reality is that they're seeing people being picked up by federal authorities. So as much as local authorities are trying to do what they can, the reality is that they can't, at least not the local authorities, stop those raids because they're federal. So people are saying, well, can anything stop it? And it's a question we're asking the politicians. What can they do? And the reality is that this is going to be a tough situation because the feds are saying they're going to continue these raids for a while. So it's difficult. It's difficult for them. But as far as we understand, they are continuing, yes.
Yeah, I mean, federal law supersedes state law, and the federal government has the right to do it, even though it's being challenged in court right now. We'll see what happens on that front. Can you talk, though, for a moment, for people that may not spend a lot of time in Santa Ana, about sort of the makeup of Santa Ana? Such a proud Latino community, such an immigrant community.
Yeah, Santa Ana is a huge community, not only for Latinos. I may add, we're in Orange County. There's a huge Asian population out here. We actually had quite a few people asking us, have you heard anything? You know, because there's a lot of people afraid other than...
All right, guys, we have people marching in Chicago and Los Angeles. You can see they look like they're on a mission to somewhere. And then we got New York in the right corner. Thank you all for tuning in. My name's Corey. I'm just doing this live stream because I was monitoring all this myself. And there's, again, around 24 protests that we know of in the U.S. right now. There's also, I hear, in Dallas and Austin, Texas. Not sure how big those are, but the hotspot ones to watch as of now would be Los Angeles, Chicago, and New York. And there are more planned, but right now, New York, they had one planned for around 5. And then Los Angeles, obviously, they have been going, you know, the whole time. And from what I see, I've been tracking the protests for the past couple days. Los Angeles seems to have a lot more people than the past 2 nights, which is a sign of probably, you know, some clashes tonight, especially with the military being there. I'm not sure how that's going to go. I'm not sure how they're going to get away with lighting cars on fire with the military there. I know the Marines are being prepared as we speak. We don't yet know where they're at, nor all of the National Guard. We know that 2,000 were deployed yesterday, and they were guarding certain federal buildings, but another 2,000, from what I hear, is actually going to be coming tonight as well. Now, the thing you need to know is the military is all deployed right here to Los Angeles. But New York is, man, it's got a lot of people in New York for sure. We've already seen some clashes in New York, and then also in Chicago, where you can see in Chicago, let's go ahead and zoom in on Chicago for a minute. You can see in Chicago, the police are not wearing riot gear. That vest doesn't even look like it has any protection on it. It looks like he's just carrying his, stun gun with it. And we know Chicago is a very violent city, not just the gang violence, but I've seen quite a few what seems to be Antifa. Seems like we have Antifa at a lot of these. And the reason, I say Antifa, they like to wear all black, black shoes, black hat, black everything. Pretty easy to spot. Let's go ahead and hear what they're saying. All right, there's not really much audio on this one. So we will keep tracking like this. We got Trump. He was giving a speech earlier in Fort Bragg to the troops. If you guys didn't see that, that was pretty good. Let's let him talk for a little bit.
The president also called L.A. a, quote, trash heap. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, also weighing in on Governor Newsom's actions.
Gavin Newsom should be arrested, but he ought to be tarred and feathered, I'll say that. I mean, look, he's standing in the way of the administration and the carrying out of federal law, right? He is applauding the bad guys and standing in the way of the good guys. He is trying to, he's a participant, an accomplice in our federal law enforcement agents being not just disrespected, but assaulted. This is a serious problem.
Newsom the other day told me that Johnson is a joke and not taken seriously. Johnson says Newsom should do his job and stop defying the president. We are on top of more. There's a lot going on. Look at this, a brush fire burning in the hills. This is above Burbank. It caused some evacuation orders. Skyfox over the scene. This is near Bethany Road and Amherst Drive. This is west of the DeBell Golf Course. Up to 10 acres burned so far. Authorities have also closed the nearby hiking areas as well.
So let's talk about the weather and what kind of role that's playing with that fire as well. Chief Meteorologist Adam.
All right, we're going to step out of box 11 there. In they go on.
All right, so we got our New York protest. Let's hear what's going on there.
Our work so that we can keep covering this for you guys. It really helps if you become a paid member. You can do that for as little as $5 a month at statusquo.com/join. And like I said earlier, make sure that you do that so that I don't get in trouble with my boss. Jordan would very much like it if you guys would sign up tonight. So again, if you can, please do become a paid member at statusquo.com/join so that we can keep bringing you this independent reporting on the ground here in New York City. So we are going to sign off now so that Tina can start her live stream. So stay tuned on Status Quo. Don't leave.
All right, guys. Yeah, so feel free to support any of these people out there. I'm just conglomerating everything for us so that we can get a good view inside of what's going on. All right, over here in the bottom left, this station does a pretty good job. So I put them over there for us, and they do a good job jumping back and forth. And I will keep tracking. On the left, we have Chicago. And let's go ahead and pull up New York again. You guys will see here what I'm doing. So if you're on a phone, it's actually really hard to find some of these streams. Once you find them, you got to click live, and then you need to do upload date to get some of the latest ones. Hey, I'm showing up. Yeah, so there's not a lot of live streams coming out. Looks like we have Atlanta right now. Let's go ahead and tune into Atlanta. Yep, sure enough. So again, there are around 23 different protests. Let me go ahead and find out for you all where they're all at. tune into Atlanta a little bit. All right, so as of now, there are protests known in Los Angeles, California. This is day 5. In the Metropolitan Detention Center area, Alameda Street. They have blocked 101 freeway. We have Santa Ana right now, New York City, Chicago, San Francisco, Dallas, Atlanta. We're just now tuning into Atlanta. Looks to be calmer in Atlanta. This guy over here, he's ready. Yellow helmet. He's got everything. Big old can of mace. All right. Looks like Atlanta's ready for the night. Other cities, check it out. There has been reports in Boston, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Seattle, Portland, San Jose, San Diego, Las Vegas, Washington, D.C. And we did see Washington, D.C. popping on, so we will tune in there. Thank you. I see Frank tuning in. What's up? Thanks for tuning in, guys. So also Seattle. Let's see here. Okay, it says additional demonstrations are planned for Wednesday in Seattle, St. Louis, and Indianapolis. All right, so we have quite a few. Around 24 known protests actually going on right now. Let's go ahead and zoom back out. And again, we will try to keep everything right here for you all. And I'm tracking on my other screen. I'm going to look into Washington, D.C. real quick. Yep, it's showing up. Let's go ahead and see what's going on there. Let's hear a little bit from Chicago over here on the top left. Looks like our helicopter feed from Los Angeles, they have cut out over on the left. They should be back. They do a really good job. If my stream goes down, follow these guys over here on the left. I know it's kind of hard to find some of these live streams, but we should have the helicopter feed back here shortly. I am looking up Washington right now. right, let's go ahead and zoom on in over here. All right, we got our live feed back, downtown Los Angeles. Let's go ahead and watch this for a little bit. I'll keep an eye on the other feeds for you all. Yeah, nighttime should get spicy. Definitely a larger crowd. However, there is a lot of law enforcement. I saw them trying to get out on the highway earlier, and they got shut down pretty quick, but now they're on the march, and I think there are multiple protests happening around LA. Santa Ana has reports. There are not a ton of live streams actually available for some of the locations. There are over 24 protests right now. Looks like they may, not sure if they're gonna block a, they're going to block a street or what. We got the helicopter pilot speaking right now.
If you're familiar with the area, you know that means that we are right outside of LA City Hall, continuing a trek to the west.
Oh, right outside LA City Hall, she said. Very interesting. We have yet to see any burned down cars.
They had a chance to walk toward the freeway. When they got to the federal building, they could have kept going north. That would have gotten them on the freeway, but they just simply turned around. So it seems like the intention of this group is not to cause chaos in that way. They seem well organized, and they're marching with flags, with cards. Currently between two very large buildings, so we can't see them. But
there's the highway.
Right between these two large buildings, continuing to head westbound on Temple, not in the direction of the freeway. Currently crossing over Sprint.
Yeah, I saw the freeway there. I was like, oh, they're going to the freeway. So I guess they don't know where they're going, the helicopter pilot. But it looks like they know.
Just because they came from a completely different area. They don't have any law enforcement officers with them, though there are officers in the area. Clearly, you see a couple of squad cars there. But this group has, in the time that we've been following them, they've just been marching. They clear the intersections really well before they start to walk, so as to not get run over or create havoc in that way. And they move through the streets here pretty quickly. So at this point, law enforcement is okay from just watching them from above. Unclear what their final destination may be. If they intend on just walking around and then dispersing, or if they plan on planting their roots somewhere. But for now, continuing westbound on Temple, crossing over Broadway.
All right, everyone. We got New York City over here on the right. We got two feeds below Los Angeles. On the left, we have Chicago. And in all of these locations, it seems that they are on the move.
LAPD feels that the crowd gets a little bit too big or perhaps gets a little bit too rowdy, then at that point they could issue the dispersal order again to make sure that these folks hear it. The airship is overhead, so it is capable of making that announcement.
Welcome, Bozo the Clown and Frank. Hope you guys are doing good. Thanks for tuning in.
If that were to happen, then you would get some ground units to come to the area as well and make those announcements on the loudspeaker a little bit more clearly. And they, again, do it in multiple languages to make sure that everybody understands.
Looks like we got a motorcycle gang showing up in the front. Electric bike motorcycle gang. Watch out. Let's go ahead and... Alright, we'll come back to New York and Chicago. I'm wanting to see this helicopter feed. Let's watch this a little bit.
So if and when that happens, then there will be a set time, of course, when it will be in effect. So anyone who is in violation of that curfew during those hours would, of course, run the risk of being detained. Part of the problem, of course, is that there's a lot of people like you and me who work at nighttime, and so there's a chance that some people who are simply just trying to get to work or trying to get to school, let's say, may be in violation of that curfew without really intending to do so. So that's always a possibility with these types of situations. Okay. Sorry, they want us to leave curfew. Assignment desk, we're clearing out curfew.
Alright guys, we are watching Los Angeles right now. Looks like our helicopter feed cut out. Let's go ahead and dive back in.
It was the...
Let's see if... Okay, our helicopter feed is out. Okay, we have one going on the left. That's probably the same helicopter, maybe not. Alright, we have New York on the right, New York City, Chicago on the left. Let's go ahead, check in on Chicago. They seemed quite angry earlier. So we are on Chicago right now, and yes, I see you over there. We have our streams. Bottom left is Los Angeles. Okay, so we'll be toggling back and forth right now. All three are on the march. We are in New York, Chicago, and then on the left is Los Angeles. So stay tuned with me, guys. It's hard to find these streams. You'll see when I go to search them, Google does not make it so easy, but we'll see if we can pull up another feed. If you guys read right here, you'll be able to see the feed where we're at. So you see right here it says Los Angeles, right here Chicago, right here New York, and then we'll see about pulling up another Los Angeles feed. Let's go ahead and see what we got. There's one right there. Let's pull that one up. We have to make sure they're live because a lot of these are streaming stuff that is not live, but we have 4 live feeds up right now. So I'll keep like this and we'll zoom in here in a minute. Bottom right, Los Angeles. Bottom left, Los Angeles. We're listening to Chicago. Kind of want to get a feeling for the environment there. Looks like things are picking up in Los Angeles. Let's go ahead and tune in right here.
where we expect to hear from the mayor. So far, she, okay, it was just, I'm just being told it was postponed another 10 minutes. So it was supposed to happen at 5:15, and it was supposed to happen at 5:38, and now it's going to be, I guess, 10 more minutes before we hear from the mayor of Los Angeles as we see these people continue to move.
This would be perhaps the definition of a peaceful protest for the most part, obviously blocking streets.
The definition of a peaceful protest. Yeah, they were in the highway earlier, though.
Would want, but we are continuing to watch this, and we have our reporter Matthew Seedorf, who's there on the ground. Let's go to him now. Matthew?
Yeah, the protesters, as you guys have been mentioning, are on the move, and so are police trying to maneuver around and keep up with them. You can see police heading that way right now. Look at that. They're gathering in large numbers to go around to the other side of the federal building where we are, and we might be heading that way, too. It's hard to keep track because there's been multiple groups of protesters kind of meandering through downtown this evening, but again, so far, no major issues. There's a much bigger police presence than what we've seen in previous days, and we've seen at least 130 arrests so far, according to sources, but it's possible that it's more than that. We did speak with one protester who actually got shot by one of those rubber bullets and is back out here today. Here's what he has to say.
Looting is stupid. Feel that the destruction is unnecessary. I mean, LA sure has got graffiti, but somebody's got to clean this up, and that's got to come out of tax dollars, right? So when the tax percentage raises next year or whatever, you can't get mad. You know, I'm of Afro-Latino descent. I'm a proud Afro-Panamanian. I'll stand up and beat my chest to that all day, and I'll verbally assault you and make you feel bad about your choices before I go ahead and vandalize what you're doing. But I feel a lot of this is just unnecessary.
So you can see police also staging over there off of Los Angeles, kind of closer to the federal building, the opposite side of where we are. Where we are right now is kind of where protesters were spending the majority of their day, where we saw at least 30 arrests, 30 protesters put into a bus, but all protesters here where we're standing right now too, as a couple of police are kind of on standby, just making sure nothing pops off where we are right now. But it seems like most of the police are going to go focus on the other end of the federal building as these protesters are on the move. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
All right, interesting shot there. So as we have the word of the interfaith service at Grand Park tonight at 6 p.m., Matthew, that could bring more of a crowd to the downtown area. 6 o'clock is really close to when it gets darker out, say 8 o'clock, give or take. So I'm guessing police, knowing that there is going to be some kind of rally or gathering there tonight, are pre-positioning.
Yeah, you can imagine. So, I mean, they are definitely making their presence known today. They're all over the place. You see them driving around, lights and sirens on. We've also seen more protesters making their initial appearance for the day. A little bit of a different vibe than the rest of the day from what we've been experiencing. But again, so far, no major issues to report today.
How's the interaction been between the protesters and police today?
Yeah, well, we did see when that arrest was taking place, apparently someone threw something at police, and that's what got all those people arrested outside of the federal building. But if you look right now, I mean, if we can scoot this way.
I think we just lost Matthew's signal. Obviously, a lot of signals happening here in downtown Los Angeles. Let's go back to Fox 7's Christina Gonzalez for a look at what's happening in Santa Ana.
Definitely a growing situation, a lot more people. Before I show you, though, I wanted you to hear a story, because these are the stories we are hearing. You know, people's friends, you know, these raids, when people show up, you want to hear it firsthand, because we're talking about a young woman who I guess was getting ready for her college graduation. Talk to me, what happened?
So basically, it's on social media where she shares her story saying that she was getting ready for her college graduation. Her dad went to go get the car ready to be able to make it to her graduation on time. And the moment he walked out, she saw the immigration outside of her house. She called her dad one time, he didn't answer. The second time, he didn't answer. The third time, he answered, and he said, "They got me. Don't be scared." She's like, she got so scared. She was shaking. She walked out. She tried to speak to them, tried to say, "Dad, I love you. Be careful." And the agents didn't even give her the chance to say goodbye or I love you before they took her moment with her dad away, not knowing what they were going to do next with him. So now she has to live with that. Her family has to live with that. This poor man that is a hardworking man is taken from a family that he supports. They don't realize that they are not just hurting the immigrants, they're hurting their families, their children. They're letting their children witness all of this.
And, you know, the story you're telling us about, I was trying to get in touch with this young lady, and it repeats itself because a lot of people here are saying the same thing. You're having the raids out here. There was something at Home Depot, I understand.
Yes, there's many hard workers that go to Home Depot looking for jobs every single day, trying to make a honor pay. And they're there, and they don't expect it, but their lives fall apart in 1 second.
Okay, let me share with you what we're doing here, guys. So I have 4 streams up. Again, we have around 30 protests happening in the USA right now. We're waiting for a feed from New York City. We have, from Washington, D.C. And also New York City stream went down. There's not a lot of streams up for New York and Washington. Those are getting kicked off right now. But we have Los Angeles on the left, bottom left, Los Angeles top right. And we have Chicago on the left, Atlanta on the bottom right. So a lot of marching happening right now. And it seems that they all have a location in mind. And we are just waiting to see what happens. So let's go ahead. This is a new feed from Atlanta. Let's go ahead and hear what's going on over here. Okay, it says Atlanta. I'm not sure it's Atlanta. Let's see for a minute because it is live. Alright, it looks like the top left and the bottom right are actually Chicago. Alright guys, so we have a lot of people coming online now, a lot of new feeds. So we're going to keep this screen up for a minute. I'm going to pull up, I'm going to look for New York real quick. New York protest. We had a really good feed in New York a minute ago, but it cut off. I think it was this one. Live feed, stand by. So again, I'm doing this for you guys. I'm watching multiple feeds, and I just figured I'd throw it up for you all. And throughout the night, we'll pull in the different feeds that show up. That's me there. Los Angeles protests. Let's go ahead and see what they're talking about. This is the emergency center where a lot of these people have been speaking from. Let's go ahead and see what they're saying. They're kind of in conflict, it seems, with Trump. They're not happy the military is there, the National Guard. This is right in Los Angeles. You see in the back, City of Los Angeles Emergency Operations Center. I don't think that guy knows he's live. Thank you all for joining. We should have an interesting night. Do my best to keep all of the various streams showing up for you. Let's go ahead and see what they got to say. That would be the mayor right there.
Is everybody in place? Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I wanted to let the city know that I have declared a local emergency and issued a curfew for downtown Los Angeles to stop the vandalism, to stop the looting. Many businesses have now been affected by and has caused significant damages to businesses and a number of properties. So my message to you is, if you do not live or work in downtown LA, avoid the area. Law enforcement will arrest individuals who break the curfew, and you will be prosecuted. Hundreds of officers from police and sheriff departments from across the region and state are working alongside LAPD through a unified command structure. The curfew will be in place tonight from 8 p.m. until 6 a.m. I want to thank the governor for his partnership and especially thank our state and local leaders and deputies, officers and deputies who are working tirelessly. So curfew guidance.
Looks like her feed cut out. Let's see if we can jump over here and hear it.
LAPD through a unified command structure.
There we go.
The curfew will be in place tonight from 8 p.m. until 6 a.m. I want to thank the governor for his partnership and especially thank our state and local leaders and deputies, officers and deputies who are working tirelessly. So curfew guidance. Again, it will begin at 8 p.m. tonight and go until 6 a.m. tomorrow. I will consult with elected leaders and law enforcement officials tomorrow on the continuation of the curfew, but we certainly expect for it to last for several days. The curfew area will be between the 5 freeway and to the 110 and the 10 freeway to where the 110 freeway and 5 freeway merge. You look at the map and you can see that the city of Los Angeles is a massive area, 502 square miles. The area of downtown where the curfew will take place is 1 square mile. I think it is important to point this out, not to minimize the vandalism and violence that has taken place there. It has been significant, but it is extremely important to know that what is happening in this 1 square mile is not affecting the city. Some of the imagery of the protests and the violence gives the appearance as though this is a citywide crisis, and it is not. So everyone must abide by this curfew. Limited exceptions will apply for residents, people traveling to and from work, and credentialed media representatives. With that, I would like to turn it over to Chief Jim McDonnell.
Thank you, Mayor Bass. Good afternoon, everyone. As the mayor stated, a curfew for the impacted area as shown here will go into effect tonight. And I want to be absolutely clear that if you're within that designated curfew zone between the hours of 8 p.m. and 6 a.m. And are not exempt under the order, you're going to be subject to arrest. The curfew boundaries are as follows: from the 5 freeway to the 110 freeway, and from the 10 freeway to the point where the 110 and the 5 merge. Easier to look at it on that map for description. The curfew is necessary, a necessary measure to protect lives and safeguard property following several consecutive days of growing unrest throughout the city. Since Saturday, we've seen a concerning escalation in unlawful and dangerous behavior. On Saturday, LAPD officers made 27 arrests. On Sunday, that number rose to 40. By Monday, arrests totaled 114, and today alone, we've made 197 arrests. The recent days, it's been as a part of a unified command with our partner agencies who've responded through mutual aid compact and been very, very helpful to us, and we're very thankful for that participation. Of those I mentioned for today, 130 were arrested near Commercial and Alameda. An additional 67 were taken into custody after unlawfully occupying the 101 freeway near Commercial Street. Our CHP partners were instrumental in that. So again, let me be clear that this behavior, blocking freeways, city streets, and on-ramps, refusing to comply with lawful dispersal orders, and interfering with public safety operations is dangerous, unlawful, and won't be tolerated. If you are in the curfew zone during the restricted hours without that legal exemption, you will be arrested. If you assault an officer in any fashion, you will be arrested. We're operating under a unified command with our partners at the Los Angeles City Fire Department, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, the California Highway Patrol. We're fully coordinated, and our shared mission is clear: to restore peace and ensure the safety of everyone in our city. We previously mobilized part of our department at LAPD while keeping our ability to be able to provide the services that our community deserves going. We're going to be adding to that deployment with additional internal LAPD resources in the days ahead. The curfew does not apply to residents within the designated area, individuals experiencing homelessness, credentialed media, or public safety and emergency personnel. To be clear again, that's not about silencing voices or suppressing lawful protest. When that expression crosses into unlawful conduct, when lives are put at risk, and when our city's safety is compromised, we must act, and we will act. We urge all Angelenos to cooperate with these public safety measures. Our shared goal is to protect our communities and return to a state of calm and safety for everyone. Thank you.
Let me introduce now the councilwoman who represents the majority of the district, Councilwoman Isabel Harato.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm here today not just as a council member who represents downtown LA, but as its advocate who deeply loves and believes in this community. The history of Los Angeles began right here in downtown, where 200 years later, the grouping of historic neighborhoods remains the beating heart of our city, a place with rich culture and deep community. Downtown LA is a place where workers clock in before sunrise and small business owners know their customers by name, where neighbors greet each other on the sidewalk, and where generations of families have built lives, shared stories, made memories together side by side. It's one of the most vibrant and resilient and hopeful parts of our city, but too often downtown LA is treated like a backdrop for major events, not the living, breathing community it is. And right now, it's hurting. I am deeply proud that downtown has always been the place where Angelenos from all over the city gather to peacefully protest. I support the right to demonstrate, and the mayor and I know that right is sacred, and at times it's necessary, but we must also face what's happening right now. When these peaceful rallies end and the protesters head home, another element moves in: opportunists who come in under the cover of a peaceful protest to ravage and destroy. They are ruining local small businesses, smashing storefronts, and threatening the safety of the very community that has always welcomed people from across the city and globe. This isn't just broken glass or stolen goods, it's someone's livelihood, someone's safe space, someone's home that's been violated. And it's happening in a neighborhood where working class families are just trying to live. Our street vendors, our garment workers, many of whom are immigrants, continue to watch their communities be torn apart. And that's why I'm thankful the mayor for leveraging this tool, enacting a curfew to begin tonight. This has been something that many of my constituents in downtown have been calling for what they're facing. This curfew is not about silencing protests. It's about protecting people and ensuring that the local residents, small businesses, our families, our elders, and our workers are not left vulnerable to those who come only to destroy. What happens in downtown reverberates all throughout LA, and when we protect downtown, we protect our city. And we're investing in its future, and we invest in our shared future. So to my colleagues and to our residents and everyone watching, downtown LA is not just a center for the First Amendment expression, it's a community, it's a home, and the people in it deserve our protection and care. That path ahead may be uncertain, but our responsibility to protect and uplift this neighborhood is not. I want to close this message from my constituents so that you hear them loud and clear. Downtown LA is home. Please keep it safe, and let's keep each other safe. Thank you, Los Angeles.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman. I'd now like to introduce Nella McCosker, who is the CEO of the Central City Association. We were having conversations this morning about a couple of things. One, the ongoing problem with violence, but also the need, when all of this subsides, is to repair and restore downtown Los Angeles, especially the businesses and properties that have been hit with graffiti. Nella McCosker.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Council Member. The swift action today to take a look at and examine how this curfew could be put in place is a good example of the leadership we see and continue to need for downtown. CCA, or Central City Association, represents businesses, institutions, nonprofits, the fabric of downtown Los Angeles that also represents the wider city. And it is the case that downtown is a neighborhood. It is the case that downtown is where immigrant-owned businesses try to operate and thrive. And so we can differentiate between downtown being a place to gather, to have your voice be heard, to peacefully protest, and the actions that we've seen each evening since this occurred in the last few days. So thank you for applying this tool. There are others certainly that we could look at as well, but hopefully Angelenos rally together in support of this really important section of our city because of the symbol and of the benefits it provides to everyone across Los Angeles. Thank you.
I'd like to open up for questions, but before I acknowledge Dr. Earl Suthers, who is the president of the Los Angeles Police Commission. Let me just say also that we did not hear about any raids that took place today. The problem is that we don't know how long these raids are going to go on. If they're going to go on for 30 days, that's what the rumor is. And if we want to see our city peaceful again, I will call upon the administration one more time to end the raids. With that, let's open it up for questions.
I have a question for Mayor Bass and for Councilmember Barado. For the mayor, what changed today that made you think that the curfew was now necessary? Last night was definitely not the first night where graffiti and vandalism and some violence were happening in the city, so why did you decide now that it was time for the curfew? And for Councilmember Barado, after you called certain elements opportunists, ravaging and destroying the community, one of your staffers was arrested downtown, and now there's a curfew in your district, and I was wondering if you could speak a little bit to that and how you're feeling about the situation with one of your staff.
Let me just say that a curfew has been in consideration for several days, but clearly after the violence that took place last night, 23 businesses looted, and just the extensive...
All right, guys, looks like we have some activity down here in the bottom right. Let's go ahead and look in there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you for that question. Yes.
We can
Aware
keep
of what's
listening
happened
in the
to my
back.
staff member. They're on unpaid leave right now. I hold my staff to the highest
All
standard.
right, looks like they got some police cars trapped.
And so we'll see
All right, they're not looking too crazy yet.
But I see that as separate and apart from a reaction to what our constituents
I have a
want
feeling
in the
those
city
cars are
and
going to
how
get lit
this
on
type
fire.
of, opportunism has
Hopefully
escalated
not.
between yesterday and the day before. And
Thank you guys for tuning
frankly,
in.
I admit my humility here and my beginnerness in that I'm new to downtown, but our
All right,
downtown
we don't
stakeholders have
need
seen
to
this
hear all this.
multiple
We
times
get the
over
point. They got a
and how
curfew.
to
Let's go ahead and mute that, and let me jump back over. Here we go. Sorry about that, guys. All right. Again, I am not a streamer. You know, I've streamed a few things, but I'm doing this because I want to watch it, and I want multiple streams, and I figure you guys might enjoy it as well. So tonight we'll keep tabs on the various locations. There are close to 30 protests in America right now, all across, Texas. We got New York, Washington, D.C. There's, Austin, Houston, Austin and Dallas. I hear there's actually one in Las Vegas. We got San Francisco now on the map. There are supposedly plans for tonight, Dallas, Texas, and Austin, Texas. I will be tracking that. There's also one in Atlanta, over 200 union members. Boston, Massachusetts. Washington, D.C., hundreds march outside the Department of Justice, FBI building. Oh, we got some activity going on here. Let's see if we can get some sound. Probably not. We're in a helicopter. Well, let's track this one. It's not a good spot for those police vehicles. Yeah, share this out if you guys want. I'm convinced that people have no idea there is around 30 protests right now. And then Saturday, there's around 1,500 protests planned. I'm not sure if you guys know that, but kind of a big deal. They call it the No Kings protest. So it looks like Saturday we will see what is going on. Grab that guy by the chin right there. This may be Chicago. We have kind of a mix of streams going on. This says Chicago, ABC Chicago, but they've been going back and forth between Chicago and Los Angeles. I'm working my best to get the helicopter feeds, as the ground ones are just real noisy. I don't think he's going to get away. He keeps trying. He does not want in that car. Oh, what do we got? Look like they changed lenses. Oh. How's everyone doing tonight? Where are you guys watching from? Zoom back out real quick. We got Los Angeles there. I'm waiting for the feed to come back on for Los Angeles, the helicopter feed. It went out. They probably needed to refuel, but once we get that one, that's one of the better feeds. Let's tune back in, see what they're saying.
Grocery store, the shelves were empty. A lot of the shelves were empty because people aren't coming to work to stock the shelves. We have to look at the contribution that the immigrant
Kimberly
population
from
makes
Missouri.
to our local economy.
Welcome to the broadcast.
And you know that there are some industries that are the majority are immigrant labor. And so when you frighten immigrants and they don't want to come to work, you are hitting at the heart of our local economy. The nannies that can't show up, the gardeners that can't show up. That impacts households in a way that I don't think people often realize the extent.
Okay, so I think this bottom right-hand screen is Chicago. So we have an aerial view of Chicago right now on the bottom right and top left. And then top right, Los Angeles.
And so I think I missed the first part of it. He said the reason why the wildfires were handled was because there were federal police?
He said it would look similar to how it did during the wildfires here and the aftermath if they didn't have the federal law enforcement.
Yeah, I don't know, Chief. Maybe you want to respond to that. I don't think that question, and sometimes what the president says, it's difficult to kind of understand. What I will tell you, though, is that after the wildfires, were out, the president made sure we had ample resources with the Army Corps of Engineers, and it was a significant contributing factor to us having the fastest recovery of any location in comparison to where other wildfires have taken place. It contributed to the fact that in the Palisades now, we have over 2,700 lots that are cleared where people can be rebuilding now. I was at a property a couple of weeks ago where the frame of the house is already up. This, to me, is drastically different. That was in complete cooperation and coordination with the federal government. Right now, we are in the dark. We don't know when things are going to happen. One thing we're sure about, and I think the chief would agree with me, is that we have the capacity to address this situation here, and we don't need armies or National Guard, especially that we didn't even
about
ask
10
for.
minutes,
And the
10
idea
minutes.
that the president took the power away from the governor to do this it was really just unacceptable. But Chief, did you want to, if you want to?
There we go. We got the feedback.
Thank you.
Los Angeles,
We have a protocol in
helicopter
place that we
view,
use,
top left,
and
bottom
when we,
right,
are dealing
Chicago.
with something like this,
Let me write
where
them
it
in
takes
for
the
you.
resources away from our regular patrol duties and ability to provide the service we do, we mobilize the department, and so that brings in people from vacation and our days off and allows us to use them. We've mobilized the Office of Operations, the biggest part of the department, and our motor officers. We're looking to expand that with additional officers from within. We requested through the Sheriff mutual aid, which then is coordinated by the Office of Emergency Management in the state, Emergency Services, with the sheriff, and they bring in then surrounding communities and in this case counties to be able to help supplement our resources to deal with the issues at hand. They are tremendous partners. We've worked very closely together for the past couple of days now, and I think we have seen a significant improvement in things, and we will continue to watch for that as we move forward. We're hopeful with this curfew that'll give us additional tool as well to be able to bring this chapter to a close.
When we heard from you this weekend, you mentioned officers being overwhelmed and you needing to get into a capacity where you can make large-scale arrests, and that you are considering that you said it was really too early to determine whether or not the National Guard was necessary on the city streets. Given what you've just said, have you reevaluated the potential need for the National Guard?
Yeah, and I guess the sequence would be, as I mentioned, we request mutual aid, partner agencies from throughout, in this case, the 7-county area. The next step then, if we weren't able to handle the issue, is to request through the sheriff to the governor and the emergency OES at the state National Guard to be deployed. We are nowhere near that. In this environment, we believe we can do what we need to do with the resources that we now have access to, and I think we've seen a dramatic increase in arrests over the last couple of days. I believe that will continue, and that will help bring some order to what we've seen in the past few days. So, no.
Hey, Chief, what does it mean? I'm seeing where the Emergency Operations Center at level 2 activation. What does that mean to the people of LA to know we're at level 2?
Yeah, there's anybody want to? Yeah, go ahead. Probably more specifically, Choi.
Chief Chow, that's okay. Blake Chow from Office of Special Operations. So just like our Department of Operations Center across the hall, when we get into a emergency that needs to be managed, the EOC can be pushed up to a level 2, and that means all the other city departments that work for the mayor come in and have a rep here, and we're able to coordinate city response to anything that's going on within the city. That's what level 2 is.
Let me also just add to your question that you were asking. You know, now that the president has taken over authority of the National Guard, Chief, when you were describing the way it should go, now that has been disrupted. And I think that that's important. I know one of the things that the chief said that we're going to focus on is trying to gather as many local resources as possible. And that includes Los Angeles police officers and trying to bolster the officers that will be stationed downtown, because downtown is where the crisis is right now. Yes, any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
All right, as you see there, we had been waiting for this news conference to get underway there in Los Angeles, as we just heard from LA's mayor, Karen Bass, speaking, and we did get an update here. The biggest notion is that there is now a curfew going to happen into the overnight hours between 8 p.m. and 6 a.m. local time. This will be in portions of downtown Los Angeles. There are exceptions, though, for people traveling to and from work, as well as credentialed media. We'll go ahead and talk a lot more about this, staying on this story and on top of it as we have for the last 5 days.
All right, guys, so it's looking like we got a big traffic jam here. Chicago. All right, so it's looking like Chicago might be the place to watch. Here's the deal, guys. LA has 2,000 National Guard, 700 Marines, and I think an additional 2,000 National Guard was sent. This is Chicago. These guys are not ready. Can you see the police? They don't have helmets on. It doesn't look like they have any type of riot gear protection. And let me say it again. This is Chicago. So I'm not sure that it's going to be very pleasant there. And you can see they parked their cars right there in the middle of the streets. From what I've seen, that's a good way to get your car caught on fire. We've seen quite a few car fires. They already got graffiti down the side. Thank you all for tuning in. We will be monitoring the various protests happening. But Chicago is a hot spot to watch. New York City also will be tuning in to New York City here in a little bit, waiting for some more feeds to get set up. Quite a few feeds are actually, I guess people are having dinner. You know, I just had my dinner, and yeah, it's looking pretty intense. Hello, Crystal, welcome. Yeah, we have an interesting situation here in America. Again, Saturday, they have something called the No Kings protest, and I was counting in my state, there's like 15 different protests just here in Missouri, and all across the U.S. I'll pull up the map here in a little bit, but I don't think most people know that they got a pretty big plan for this weekend. And I don't know if they know, those who are protesting, that we have some enemies of our country that would love for us to start fighting. All right, looks like we have various officers. That's not looking so good. Let's go ahead and zoom back out. All right, over here we have Los Angeles. Top left, top right, Los Angeles. They are still marching. Thank you, Crystal, for tuning in. Not sure what you're talking about, but thank you for watching. Ah, the chopper went out? Okay. This feed went out earlier as well. Is that car gonna try to block all those people? Don't think that'll work. And let's go ahead and check back in on Chicago. Nothing crazy happening yet. No firebombs, nothing wild. However, the last few nights it has been pretty wild in Los Angeles. And I saw them throwing some pretty big fireworks out there, which definitely is not a good thing in our streets. And the thing that I'm seeing is there are probably, I'd say 10x more people out in the streets today. So we shall see. Chicago seems to be really full of people protesting. I wonder if that building, let's see if we have any audio. No audio here. Let's check on our other Chicago feed, which is right here. Let's see. Okay, that's actually Los Angeles, LA protest. I'm gonna be looking for another Chicago feed on my other screen for you all. Do you guys think that they will follow the curfew and go to bed, go home at 8 p.m.? I'm not thinking they're going to listen. All right, looks like we got another feed live in Chicago. Let's pull it in. Let's go ahead and make this a little bit bigger. Looks like we got some serious stuff happening in Chicago right now. Guys, it's only a matter of time until something pops off tonight. I told you, here in Chicago, they seem the angriest so far. I know everybody's watching LA, but again, Chicago, look, they don't have helmets on. They just got, like a stick for defense. Nothing like what we're seeing in LA. I mean, they were throwing bricks. I saw one cop get hit with a brick in the head. He had his helmet on though, but threw his helmet off. Not sure what building this is. They seem to keep marching towards certain buildings. But this is what we got. This is how these live feeds coming in, going out. So we'll keep monitoring. Again, this is Chicago, Illinois.
Yes, because that's your right, yeah. They're fine. I mean, there were multiple marches. They said that.
Alright, I Clark and AWL.
All right, looks like we lost the Chicago feed. We'll keep that muted, and let's go ahead, tune in to our helicopter feed, Los Angeles. See if they figured out where they're going. Seems like they're just marching around. I'm not sure if they have an exact location where they're going. Looks like they know where they're going. Anybody know where they're going? All right, we got Chicago back. So we have Chicago top right, Chicago bottom right, and then LA top left, and then LA bottom. I have this one on the bottom because they've done a really good job, but it looks like they're covering some other stuff right now. Let's put this one over here. And then this is the protest right here, guys. Look at this. This is the one that people need to know about, just to be aware of. Maybe don't go to downtown areas on Saturday. NoKings.org. June 14th. It's the 10th today. You can see how many protests they have planned. Yeah, so right now we're looking at about 30. This is about, they say 1,500. So say a prayer tonight. All right, so it is getting dark in Chicago there, bottom right, a little bit darker. Again, they have been marching for a while, just marching. We have not seen anything happen yet. Few arrests. We're going to be tracking various live streams tonight. Try to capture it all here so you don't have to be jumping around. We will work to bring New York City in. Also, they seemed pretty angry in New York City, Chicago, and then LA. Obviously, there's a lot going on in LA. There's a curfew in Los Angeles. They're supposed to all be in bed at 8 o'clock. And right now it would be 6:31 in LA. So they have an hour and a half till curfew. Not sure how that's going to go. I'm not sure they even know there's a curfew because they're out marching. So I doubt they're going to follow it. Top right, Chicago. I guess the police there did not watch the videos from LA. They seem to be a little bit nicer there in Chicago, though. They're not throwing bricks at the cop cars. Thank you all for tuning in. If I am missing any protests that you would like to see, let me know. But right now we have LA, Chicago. Let's tune in here, see what these people are talking about.
Streets. No Trump, no KKK, no fascist USA. No Trump, no KKK, no fascist USA. No Trump, no KKK, no fascist.
Sorry guys, I don't know if I can handle that. We can watch it though. We have our helicopter feed over here on the left, Los Angeles. Helicopter feed, Chicago. Again, there seems to be about 10 times the amount of people marching in the streets of Los Angeles. They have a curfew, 8 o'clock, and they have not stopped. They are just marching and marching. So I imagine if they get to a place where they stop or are stopped, that might bring some problems. But not sure they're slowing down. Maybe. And what I've seen from the past protests is once they stop, seems everyone gets word and starts migrating that direction. Have not seen much of the National Guard, have not seen the Marines. However, they are deployed to Los Angeles, but as we saw, Chicago is firing up for real, and those police do not look prepared for what these protests seem to turn into at night. Pretty sure it's a full moon tonight, so you guys know how that goes. I'll keep it live streaming though, so you guys, if you want to watch this and not have to go looking for all the streams, I'll do the work, because it's already wanting to monitor this stuff and figure I'd do it for you guys. Let's look at Chicago again. Nice pretty view, beautiful city. Sad to see all the violence and shootings that happen in Chicago. Do you guys think they're gonna stop this crowd? Nope. Turn this way. So what are they doing? Running them in circles? Kind of what it looks like. This crowd seems to be a bit smaller, the crowd that's on the move in Chicago. Well, maybe not. There's more of them. At least everyone's getting an exercise. That's one good thing. I think America could do for some exercise. Maybe everyone will just walk laps till they get tired. Alright, so we saw way more people than that in Chicago earlier. I believe there's a portion of them that are, yeah, on the ground. Over here on the right is Chicago also. Alright, I'm going to do a little research while these play. See if I can find New York.
Eternal God, in these days of great challenge for our city, state, and country, we turn to you for guidance and strength. You are our present help in the time of trouble. We pray for our city.
All right, as you see there, LA Mayor Karen Bass attending this vigil there, calling for nonviolence amid these protests and the ICE raids. We do also want to listen in because we have that video message as well from California's Governor Gavin Newsom speaking. Let's listen.
Traditions from
the law. Again, thanks to our law enforcement officers and the majority of Angelenos who protested peacefully, the situation was winding down and was concentrated in just a few square blocks downtown. With that, that's not what Donald Trump wanted. He again chose escalation.
All right, that shot going into the black there for just a second, but it does continue on with that message that we have from California's governor. Let's listen back in.
Women trained for foreign combat, not domestic law enforcement. We honor their service. We honor their bravery. But we do not want our streets militarized by our own armed forces, not in LA, not in California, not anywhere. We're seeing unmarked cars in school parking lots. Kids afraid of attending their own graduation. Trump is pulling a military dragnet. all across Los Angeles, well beyond his stated intent to just go after violent and serious criminals. His agents are arresting dishwashers, gardeners, day laborers, and seamstresses. That's just weakness masquerading as strength. Donald Trump's government isn't protecting our communities. They're traumatizing our communities. And that seems to be the entire point. California will keep fighting. We'll keep fighting on behalf of our people, all of our people, including in the courts. Just yesterday, we filed a legal challenge to Donald Trump's reckless deployment of American troops to a major American city. Today, we sought an emergency court order to stop the use of the American military to engage in law enforcement activities across Los Angeles. If some of us could be snatched off the streets without a warrant, based only on suspicion or skin color, then none of us are safe. Authoritarian regimes begin by targeting people who are least able to defend themselves, but they do not stop there. Trump and his loyalists, they thrive on division because it allows them to take more power and exert even more control. And by the way, Trump, he's not opposed to lawlessness and violence as long as it serves him. What more evidence do we need than January?
Okay, let's turn him off. Why? Because this is my channel, and I can't stand that demon. Sorry, guys, if you like him. I don't know anyone that likes him on the left, right, middle. Yeah. His own police chief was saying how they cannot handle the situation, and it didn't look like he was handling the situation. He waited till like day 3 to even show up to the command center, and he just blames Trump. It's Trump's fault. I don't even think Trump knew what was going on until, he still didn't seem to really know what was going on. Arrest Newsom, Jim and Linda. Yeah, arrest him. I call for his arrest. Can I do that? Let's see if we can see something else. What do we got here? Chicago. They seem to have a great camera in Chicago. They look a little lost, kind of makes me dizzy. Got the Chicago protesters on the ground over here, top right. Yeah, we're just waiting. Everyone's marching. They've been marching for, how long we've been on here? Almost 2 hours. Just marching right now. We haven't seen anything blow up. No real fights. Couple skirmishes on the ground with the police. That's about it. Not finding a New York feed right now, but we have the same type of scenario in Chicago happening in New York. They were actually doing some more had speakers in New York, but they were pretty angry. Well, let's tune back into the demon and see what he's saying.
No longer any checks and balances. Nowhere to be found. Speaker Johnson, as Speaker Johnson has completely abdicated that the role of.
Yeah, I only got him open once. I guess they're double playing the audio. Sorry about that. I guess we're not meant to hear him. Wonder if he messed up his whole deal.
For all of us to stand up. It's time for all of us.
Time for all of us to stand up. Is he asking for more protests? So the Chicago protest, the marching crowd at least, let's go ahead and zoom in. The marching crowd has gotten much smaller. I imagine they're getting tired. What's the obesity rate in America? Like 70%. So 70% of the people probably could not actually march as far as they've been marching, nor LA. So when they look small, you can see people stand on the corner. They probably cut through. Shortcut. But yeah, they've been walking for 2 hours. I don't know a whole lot of people that can walk for 2 hours, actually. I was playing soccer and a kid said, "How can you play soccer? I don't know any adult that can do this." I was like, really? So they're really moving. Let's see if we got any audio. Nope, none from the helicopter. All right, well, we'll just keep these streams flowing until we see something happen. Maybe I'll just keep giving a little commentary. We got a pink hatted dude over here. Pink outfit, pink jumpsuit. Super pink man. And then we got Chicago, hey, hey, ho, ho, the whole communist chant.
We'll never be defeated. The people united. We'll never be defeated.
I wonder if they know that they're communists. Some of them do, but I mean, like the average marchers, do you think they know that they're communists? Like they're being led around by communist handlers? What do you guys think? All right, down at the left, we got a new feed popping in, looks like.
In the last few days, and it'll be interesting to see how this message of this curfew gets delivered to them. Obviously, we know the LAPD has loudspeakers and has ways of getting the message out if they really need to. I'm sure many of the people there have been checking their phones and the status updates. Again, this is the map of that curfew that starts at 8 o'clock tonight and goes until 6 o'clock tomorrow. It makes up downtown. The other question, I mean, could happen. Protesters could choose to move to a different part of the city or of the region. I mean, this is a pretty small area that is under the curfew. Now, as we know, this is the area that has seen the worst violence and seen most of the problems. We saw some problems last night in Santa Ana. We've seen some isolated problems in other areas, but most of the problems have been concentrated here. So it'll be interesting tonight. Do they move somewhere else, or is this essentially stopping this problem and we can move into a new phase where peaceful protests during the day continue, but the violence, the looting, all the destruction that happens at night with people who by and large are not connected to the anti-ICE movement. They're just connected to the anti-everything movement. They just don't like a lot of our civilized capitalistic society. Those folks hopefully
Communist.
will not be allowed to
say it, communist.
commit crimes tonight and you know, injure the property of innocent people. Laura Diaz is joining our coverage now for the first time. She is in downtown LA at that prayer vigil. Laura, can you talk about who we're seeing there and what you're seeing there?
Well, you know, actually, Alex, we're seeing a lot of different people and representatives up there. We just heard Mayor Karen Bass speaking to the crowd. But there is a widespread representation from Father Greg Boyle, who, of course, you know very well, and Rabbi Bruce. And then there are people from Churla, which represents immigrants' rights, giving passionate speeches about the role of immigrants in this country and the need to protect them. A lot of people outraged by the ICE raids here, trying to get people to lower the rhetoric so that if they want to go out and demonstrate, to do it peacefully, but not get engaged in the lawlessness that we've seen over the last couple of days. But I can tell you that there are about 400 people here. They look to be of all ages and backgrounds, and they seem enthusiastic about the message that's being heard here today. I know that we've been talking a lot about some of the things that have occurred over the last couple of days, and I was out there on the streets yesterday. I was struck by the fact that after I did my live shot with you, Alex, I walked 6 blocks over and people were hand in hand out on a date, going to the taco truck. So it's important to note that the things that have gone awry here, it is a very small area. The largest number of people want to demonstrate peacefully. They want to get their message out peacefully, and they're not engaged in those other activities. But right here today, we're hearing speeches, we're hearing music, and eventually there will be a procession. I don't know exactly where they will go, but they're saying that they want to get the word out, that it's very important to stick together and to get the messaging out there in a peaceful, loving way. That's the latest here from Gloria Molina Park, right across from City Hall. I'm Laura Diaz.
All right, so we got something on New York. I was trying to find some more streams of New York.
You look like a gay bear. How can you be gay during Pride and be a cop? Come on. You can't run far.
This is New York. As you can see, they got protests going on as well.
I'm crippled and I'll outrun you.
So I imagine there will be more from New York tonight, guys. I saw some stuff earlier, and yeah, New York is really, it's already dark there. They have quite a crowd in New York, but we'll wait for some better streams to come on. We'll go ahead and tune back in, hear what they're talking
kind
about.
of vibe out there tonight as well. Laura Diaz, thank you so much, and it's great to see Los Angeles coming together. And a reminder, and Laura, I'll let you weigh on this as somebody who I know loves this city so much, that there's been so much reporting about how terrible our city is. The Secretary of Homeland Security saying we're not a city of immigrants, we're a city of criminals. And the overwhelming majority of people here in Southern California are good, are not criminals, and have, you know, an honest policy disagreement on this, but are good people.
Well, absolutely. And, you know, many of the people that I interviewed yesterday early on, and I was happy that we were able to get some of their interviews on, they were quite passionate about the role they felt immigrants played in this country. And they said they understood that the borders couldn't stay wide open, but for the people who had lived here for many years, who work hard, who pay taxes, they felt that there should be a pathway to citizenship for them. And they objected heavily to the fact that the ICE raids came in and went into places, you know, ostensibly they were there to arrest people who were committing crimes, and so many of them turned out to be people simply without papers. And that's what I heard over and over again yesterday. People objected to that part of it, and that's why they felt compelled to take to the streets, raise a sign, maybe raise a fist, or as we've seen here today, raising their hand in prayer. They're doing whatever they can to stand in solidarity with a city, for the most part, sticks together. And those images that go out across the country, if not the world, they paint a very narrow portrait of what's been occurring over the last few days. I'm not saying they're not important, because they are, but they are a facet of the entire picture.
Yeah, and a reminder, there were some bad dudes that were out there last night doing stuff that was horrible. We don't condone it, and we're glad that they are hopefully going to be able to stop that from happening tonight.
There, guys, turn that down. It's a little too political
Emphasized as well.
for me.
Thank you for that. We'll have more from you throughout the night. Now we want to get to this, and you know, there's this legal back and forth that's
what they got. All right. Still marching, I guess. We'll just wait and see. We got 1 more hour till the curfew. We got a curfew announced in Los Angeles. Mayor of Los Angeles said 8 o'clock. Everyone has to go. But check it out. They got a good 2-hour walk, 2-hour exercise. Probably some lagging behind, needing some water. Super thirsty. It's hot out there. Yeah, just marching. Chicago marching. But yeah, I went over on TikTok. I'm not going to try to navigate through all the TikTok. It's kind of a mess. But yeah, TikTok, I'll tell you right now, they got Santa Ana protest, downtown Denver protest. Let's see here. Protestas, Chicago. Okay. Los Angeles, Atlanta. Protest in Atlanta right now. I imagine that one will be pretty wild. Yeah, so various protests. Let's see, looks like we got Trump. That actually from earlier today. I saw that earlier.
Do a whole lot else other than that in terms of trying to get things under control. House Speaker Mike Johnson weighing in on Governor Newsom's restraining order request. Here's what he had to say.
Gavin Newsom should be arrested, but he ought to be tarred and feathered. I'll say that. I mean, look, he's standing in the way of the administration and the carrying out of federal law, right? He is applauding the bad guys and standing in the way of the good guys. He is trying to. He's a participant, an accomplice in our federal law enforcement agents being not just disrespected but assaulted. This is a serious problem.
That's from Speaker Johnson. Governor Newsom the other day telling me that he thought that Speaker Johnson was a joke and basically like a lapdog to Donald Trump doing whatever he wants. So clearly the two of them not in a great place. they may have to work together on $40 billion of federal funding for LA wildfires, but for now, this is what they're talking about. The speaker saying that Governor Newsom should do his job, stop defying the president. All right, we're going to take a pause from some of the politics of the day to talk about, speaking of fires, there was a new fire today. Crews apparently have mostly put out this roughly 10-acre brush fire that forced some evacuations in Burbank late this afternoon. Sky Fox was live over the scene. This is near Bethany Road and Amherst Drive.
All right, there, as you can see, we were in that coverage with Fox 11 Los Angeles, them also covering that breaking news that came in about that brush fire. It is now under control at this point. So I wanted to bring you all of these updates that we have here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to slide away for our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. Stay right here with us.
Okay, it's looking like in Los Angeles, their marching has come to a pause. They were marching around the city for around 2 hours straight, actually a little bit longer probably. And now they have met resistance. What will happen? Is this where they were marching to? Yeah, they literally were marching for like 2 hours, looking like they were going somewhere. So I'm not familiar with what they're doing, where they're going. I imagine they're going to, they've been going to different federal buildings, but not sure what's going to happen tonight. Let's see if the helicopter is talking. Nope. One of the helicopter pilots was doing a great job. Let's see if we can hear this one. Nope, that one just went off, didn't it? There we go. This might be the helicopter that talks. We'll keep them both on. So we have Los Angeles, and then over in the top right we have Chicago. Let's see over here. Yeah, that Chicago one ended. All right. Well, the crowd has thinned out, it looks like, in Los Angeles, but it has not, I guarantee you guys. This video that they have is probably just here because all the police are blocking that location. It's probably a federal building. they have not stopped them before. Okay, look, we got something going on bottom left. Let's go ahead and check that one out, and let's make sure we're on the live feed. Okay, we're at the same location. So they may be heading this direction. That may be what's going on. Because I know there's a bunch of them out and around LA, but again, they were marching for hours. So I'm convinced that a lot of them got tired from that, which is good. You know, when I want my son to get tired, I take him out and walk him. So it looks like they might get tired. That's my hope. Everyone get tired and go to bed.
Since Saturday. So the LAPD chief called this curfew a necessary measure. So I wanted to continue to show you these live images there as well. This is there as well. So I wanted to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead though and continue now to listen in, as we heard today from California's governor, Gavin Newsom. He was able to speak in response to the very latest. We do know that the California Governor Gavin Newsom did file a lawsuit against the Trump administration's actions to call in the National Guard there to Southern California. Let's listen into that here on Live Now from Fox.
This past weekend, federal agents conducted large-scale workplace raids in and around Los Angeles. Those raids continue as I speak. California is no stranger to immigration enforcement, but instead of focusing on undocumented immigrants with serious criminal records and people with final deportation orders, a strategy both parties have long supported, this administration is pushing mass deportations, indiscriminately targeting hardworking immigrant families, regardless of their roots or risk. What's happening right now is very different than anything we've seen before. On Saturday morning, when federal agents jumped out of an unmarked van near a Home Depot parking lot, they began grabbing people, a deliberate targeting of a heavily Latino suburb. A similar scene played out when a clothing company was raided downtown. In other actions, a U.S. citizen, 9 months pregnant, was arrested. A 4-year-old girl taken. Families separated. Friends, quite literally, disappearing. In response, everyday Angelenos came out to exercise their constitutional right to free speech and assembly, to protest their government's actions. In turn, the state of California and the city and county of Los Angeles sent our police officers to help keep the peace. And with some exceptions, they were successful. Like many states, California is no stranger to this sort of unrest. We manage it regularly and with our own law enforcement. But this, again, was different. What then ensued was the use of tear gas, flashbang grenades, rubber bullets, federal agents detaining people and undermining their due process rights. Donald Trump, without consulting California law enforcement leaders, commandeered 2,000 of our state's National Guard members to deploy on our streets, illegally and for no reason.
All I hear
This
is,
brazen abuse.
wah. I'm a communist. That's all I hear. Communist Gavin Newsom. Whining, blaming everybody like he's a victim. Little demon. Look at his eyes. Demon. Jesus' name. Be removed out of California.
As the news spread throughout
I'll
LA,
play it for you guys.
anxiety
He
for
makes my
family
skin
and friends
crawl.
ramped up. Protests started again. By night, several dozen lawbreakers became violent and destructive. They vandalized property. They tried to assault police officers. Many of you have seen the video clips.
I can't handle this guy. So he's blaming Trump, who was probably playing golf. Okay, he sent them in after the police chief said that they could not handle the situation. Police chief. Gavin Newsom didn't show up till like day 3. And now he's whining. I hope they arrest that dude. He's been a snake, a problem to our country for so long. Man, I don't know how he does not get like beat up by people. I don't know how people let him, little victim mentality loser, try to. I don't get how he's governor at all. Mike Johnson said he should be tarred and feathered. I don't like Mike Johnson that much, but that sounds about right. Tarred and feathered. So, anyways, I can't even hear what he's saying. It's just wah. Trump. He looks like he's going to cry, actually. Listen, watch. He's just blaming Trump.
Law enforcement. We honor their service. We honor their bravery. But we do not want our streets militarized by our own armed forces. Not in LA.
Well, see, yeah, he's going to cry. He's going to cry. So they blame Trump, okay? Hold on. You blame Trump. What about letting in 10 million illegals? Don't you guys think that that may be the problem? You know, we're just supposed to leave them all running around, waving Mexican flags, burning the American flag? I don't think so. He has been coached by Aunt Drunken Nancy. Correct. Man, could you imagine him and Pelosi and Maxine Waters like hanging out at a party? Man, I get like bad chills just thinking about those people. Yeah, they've sold their soul. Maybe he could get saved and not be such a little baby.
Today, we sought an emergency court order to stop the use of
He
the
is gonna
American
cry.
military
Did you hear
to
that?
engage
Hold on.
in law enforcement.
Let's go back.
Of American troops to a major American city. Today, we sought an emergency court order to stop the use of the American military
his little reign
to
of terror
engage
is
in law
over.
enforcement
Their
activities
little
across
communist
Los
uprising's
Angeles.
gonna fail.
If some of us could be
Telling you
snatched off
guys.
the streets without a warrant, based only on suspicion or skin color, then none of us are safe. Authoritarian regimes begin by targeting people who are least able to defend themselves, but they do not stop there. Trump and his loyalists, they thrive on division because it allows them to take more power and exert
Ben,
even
this
more
doesn't even
control.
really have to do with
And by
Trump.
the way,
It has to do with illegals in our country. You know, I go to Central America. If I were to come into one of those countries illegal, I know one of them for sure, they would shoot me. Okay? So I've spent plenty of time in Central America. They we'll stop you at the border. Try to go into Honduras and then cross through Nicaragua illegally and then like burn their flag. You'll get shot and put into a river. All right, just so you know. All right, I can't handle hearing him. I hope he cries. That would be hilarious. He's gonna cry. He needs to cry. He needs some karma. Father, let him get hit with karma. And I don't know, that mayor was also having a prayer vigil. She said, let's pray. So maybe they're getting Jesus. I don't know. But anyways, all right, top left, we got Los Angeles. What do we got here? Let's zoom in on that one. They're trying to not be violent, I'm telling you. Well, we can't even hear that. So what is this? Families are sacred. Las familias son... What does that say? Sagradas. Sacred. Okay. The families are sacred. And yes, I speak Spanish. Actually, kind of. Let's see. So on the right, we have Chicago. Yep. The helicopter found the group right there. How's everyone doing? You guys tuning in for the live protest night? We have not seen anything caught on fire yet. No fire bombs. They are literally trying very hard to keep their people peaceful because I think they wanted violence, but now I think they don't because they're right borderline about to get Trump to call for the Insurrection Act. And I think they realize they don't want the Insurrection Act because, let me tell you what the Insurrection Act does. It actually allows all military to begin doing law officer work where they can, so imagine having all the military all of a sudden acting as police officers and they can arrest people quickly. So if that happens, the Insurrection Act, which if they get violent tonight, I'm telling you, maybe it'll take 2 nights. I guarantee by Saturday, Sunday, maybe Sunday morning, Insurrection Act is going to be called and the military is going to act as police officers to start arresting them, especially Saturday, guys. Look at this. I'll go back and show this. Saturday, they have this thing going on. NoKings.org. All right, NoKings.org. We have this communist uprising. Click here, find an event. These are all the events they have planned for Saturday. Wrong way. Oh, there we go. Zoom in. There's even Mexico popping up. They're going to protest Donald Trump all the way in Mexico. No Kings. I mean, look at this. That's a lot. We got some clear spots over here. No. NoKings.org. I hope you guys all understand what they got planned. Canada too. We got Canada on there. What are they doing in Canada? Yeah, right there's one. No Tyrants Vancouver. I guess all the little Antifa communists wanted to have I want to protest too. And you guys can cry with Newsom when your plans don't prosper. But anyways, I'll keep my opinions out of it for a little bit. What do we got here? Los Angeles on the street level on the right. What do we got? Let's see if Newsom's done talking. Praise God.
And other law enforcement as well. But she did say during a press conference just a short while ago that they had reached a tipping point there in the city after 23 businesses overall were looted. But again, we were just listening in there
to
but
it's mostly
Governor
peaceful.
Gavin Newsom,
Only
who said
23
that President
businesses.
Trump is, quote, pulling a military dragnet across Los Angeles in these brief remarks that he was able to make. This comes, of course, after Trump ordered the deployment of nearly 5,000 troops, including National Guard members and Marines, to the nation's second largest city.
You know what? I tracked all this. That lady's lying. They say all this happened after Trump called in the National Guard. No, he called in the National Guard after they lit a whole bunch of cars on fire and started trying to fight the police. That's when it happened. Like, the police were just standing there. I watched the whole thing, trying to guard this building, and the people kept running up on the police. Like, if you're trying to protest peacefully and make a statement, you don't just run up on police and get in their face. That doesn't make any sense. Like, protests, you know? But instead, they keep running and getting in people's faces. So that shows me they're not out to just protest. Today looks different, I can tell you that. They're not just in the face of police all day. They're marching around in circles. Probably because Newsom started crying, please, guys, you're going to ruin everything. And then you got Bass, the mayor, praying to God, please help us. Oh, we got something going on bottom left.
Anti-ICE protests are ongoing as well. We do know that people have been gathering there outside of the Colorado State Capitol, as well as other locations there in the city. This is all in relation to the ICE out protests. They say that they are standing with the immigrants in Los Angeles who have been targeted by law enforcement during those raids. But right now we can see several people being detained there in Denver. Again, want to remind you, viewer
told you guys there's a bunch
advised in these situations. These are live images that are just now coming into our newsroom. Want to do the best to show you all of these vantage points and also stay on top of it. But it's important for you all to keep in mind that sometimes some of these signs that are there are popping up.
That's military right there.
They can have vulgar language as well. But again, we just saw a number of people detained there
National Guard
by those law enforcement agents as they're wearing tactical gear there in Denver.
Oh, yeah.
This is very similar to what we've seen in some of these other cities as well. But again, a Mexican flag there, also a frequent thing that we've seen. Some of these protests happening all around. And again, another person on the ground there as well. So our camera view isn't going to always be the most stable during this. Our thanks to our camera crews who are out there on the ground, feeding in some of these images to us. But that just escalating there in Denver. This is sort of what we've been continuing to see in multiple cities throughout the day and throughout these last 5 days as these anti-ICE protests have been heating up. Another person detained there. See there.
Thank you.
Oh, the Antifa umbrella
thing that we've seen over the last few days. That person just being dragged there out of the way by law enforcement. They do appear
those rifles
to
all
have
decked
on a gas
out.
mask at this time as well.
Who are those? Anybody know?
This has happened pretty frequently. Again, so your discretion is always advised, but it seems like these things pop off in pockets.
Hacker Kitchen. That's interesting.
We'll see a time period of peace. I've been watching this shot here in our newsroom. It had been peaceful period of time. And then there are several folks just detained in an instant. So we're keeping our eye on this, but just for some more context here, you're just now joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We're also following the very latest as multiple protests have broken out all over the country. This one happening right now in Denver. So this started apparently at the California State Capitol today, as this was an event calling for immigrants' rights, announcing solidarity with demonstrators as well in Los Angeles. But it was the Colorado Immigrant Rights Coalition that was asking people to mobilize and stand with those protesters in Los Angeles. But at 8 p.m. local time, our affiliates there at Fox 31 in Denver say that they saw Denver police begin to deploy crowd control gas. So we're keeping our eye on this here on Live Now from Fox, watching as this protest heats up there in Denver. This is the second anti-ICE protest there in Colorado in just the last 2 days. In a press release where this protest was organized by, the group said that people are not backing down, saying that they want to show support for the people of California protesting against immigrant raids there. So the Denver Police Department has responded. They said that they are aware of the protests that are happening there in the city, saying that safety is the top priority at this point. So we'll continue to keep our eyes on this protest as others as well are happening around the country. Wanted to bring that to you because it was heating up there for a moment, but like I said, we've seen this all throughout the weekend, over the last 5 days as these protests have been going on. There will be moments where there'll be peace and calm like this, where you'll see that there will be law enforcement officers standing in a face-off sort of with some of the protesters, but no active detainments, no active takedowns happening. Seems like we've gotten into another section where that's the case here. All right, we wanted to bring this to you here on Live Now from Fox. But again, wanted to show you this before we step away for a 2-minute break. This is what is being put out there by some of those local news outlets there in Denver, saying that people were gathering there initially earlier today outside of the Colorado State Capitol. That's where this
All right, looks like we have some action in Chicago. I knew it. Knew it was going to happen. Chicago's a place to watch right now. All right, guys, I'm working this situation out. Lost something. There we go. I think that one lady's got handcuffs on, maybe? In the they're trying to poke somebody's eye out. Oh, man. Chicago.
He's 5 foot! Free him! 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 Free
I know what it's like to be immediately deployed into a situation like that. There are moments where you make do as best you can temporarily, but we are ensuring they're housed, fed, water capabilities in real time from my...
All right, somehow Pete hopped in there. Let's close this one out. We got our aerial footage. All right, we got everything rolling. All right. Bottom right, Los Angeles. Top left, Los Angeles. Top right, Chicago.
Fuck you, you're a bitch. You ain't on shit. This bitch, she's fucking fat ass bitch. You fucking proud of that bitch? You're fucking proud of that fucking bitch. You party ass bitch. Fuck you, bitch. Fuck you. Too close to that lady's house. Hey, this lady's trying to get fed right here. Ah, give it to dumbass. Stupid ass bitch.
So yeah, we have pretty much a full moon tonight. Definitely tomorrow scheduled full moon. Got something else going on here, bottom left. Let's go ahead and turn that on, see what we got.
Instance where a car did appear to actually drive through the crowd amid these rolling street closures as well.
Car plowed
so we do
through
have
the
some
crowd.
footage of that.
Don't stand in the
put it
street.
up on your screen as well, so
That'd
you
be a
can
good
see
idea.
exactly what
That's
they're
where
talking about
cars
with our
drive.
partners there at Fox 32. Let's watch.
Oh yeah, sure enough. Whoa. They was probably nervous, man. They was lighting cars on fire. Well,
and you can see it very scary moments here.
That happened in Los Angeles too, like day 2. At the end of the night, some dude just plowed through trying to hit him.
In Chicago. So again, this is in response to some of the anti-ICE protests that have been happening all over the country. This one breaking out earlier today in Chicago. We've been watching these shots all day long too, there in the Windy City. So close, man.
Chicago, see?
So many people almost being
That's what we're
hit
tracking.
by this maroon car driving through the crowd.
Okay, he tried to hit one of them.
It seems. This was
probably
during
did.
some
Chicago's
of
crazy. I
rolling
told you guys.
road closures
Yep. Let's look.
in the city as these protests had broken out into the main part of downtown. You can see folks walking up and striking the car as well as it's driving through this group. Seems as though law enforcement officers were also on the ground there, but slowing down just a number of people, narrowly missing people as this car drove through this crowd. This could have ended very badly as folks are jumping out of the way, out of the vantage point of it.
All right, let's look at the top left here. Let's zoom in on Los Angeles, see what's going on. We got our awesome aerial footage. The helicopters pop in for a while and then they got to refuel after a while. But we got our aerial footage right now. We saw a place where they were all gathering together. Let's see if they pan back over there. Yeah, there's one conglomeration. There was another location also. Maybe that's where they were. Maybe they... No, that's not where they were. They were all gathered together having some sort of speaker time. Yep, so see, they're all scattered around in the streets. That's what I was saying. It looks like there's not that many, but they're all walking around. And if they all start... Okay, what do we got here? We got some police running. We might need to get a ground camera, but we got to wait for the feeds. All right, there they go. Got some action. So, however, all the people are on the other side, left side of the building. Yep, guys, now's the time to start watching. Look like they just shot at that guy on the bike. I seen one of those paintballs hit the ground, pepper balls. You see over here on the street, I'm not sure if that's pepper balls exploding. That's what they look like when they explode. I know the police here have a lot of pepper balls. All right, cool, they turned. They didn't go get in the police's face. That's a first. Chicago turned also. The other nights they were not turning. They would just go get in their face. Well, we'll see. Are they going to turn back around? Is this the battle they want? Here comes one about to get peppered. Oh, they got a tape. Oh, he's ripping it. They're going to shoot him. Somebody's going to shoot him. Yep, there's a few paintballs. Man, it's sad that this is going on, guys. At this point, they're just pretty much rounding them around and around. But those guys are going to walk around the corner and meet up with the other guys. And yeah. So it seems that there may be an important building over there they're trying to block the people from. Down to the bottom side, it looks like they have stopped. The question is, will they turn back and decide to face off? Because that's what we've seen the past, I guess it's 5 days now, is wherever the police stop, they come to face off. And the police are getting a little tired. I've seen them randomly just start firing. I don't know if you guys saw the Australian reporter, she got shot. I was watching during the day, she was out there like being super loud in front of the line. You know, they would all line up. She would just be out in the middle talking like oblivious, and one of the cops looked like he just got tired of her, shot her with a pepper ball. You could see the video. He just raised the little gun, shot her. Thanks for tuning in, guys. We are watching live Los Angeles from the helicopter feed. The people have been marching for around 2 hours. They tried to get on the highway, kind of got pushed off. There is a much larger police presence. We have not seen much of the National Guard. They are guarding certain buildings. I did see that. And there is that crowd, and then there is another larger crowd and another crowd that is pretty large. And two of the crowds are really close to each other. Looks like that guy's saying stop. I don't know why, but yeah, they did stop right below that line. I was wondering if they were going to do that. Where's everyone tuning in from? Yeah, where'd the rest go? There's a few. Yeah, there's the National Guard right there. That's the building they are protecting. That's the building where some drama may happen tonight. Out in the street yesterday, they were very packed right here. But that is not the large area. All right, stand by. Let's go ahead and minimize that. This one will be right back as well. What do we got? Chicago. So this bottom corner here may be what we were seeing from above. Let's go ahead and look. I think this is that. Do we see the yellow tape on the ground? That looks like the corner we just saw from the aerial view. Maybe another corner, but it's looking like that was the corner. And then yeah, straight ahead, that may be that federal building where the National Guard is. We've yet to see the Marines. I think right there is sheriffs and police. They have their full gear on. Chicago, they do not. New York, they do not either. We also have reports in Denver. There was some arrests being made in Denver. See if we got any sound on this one. Not much, real quiet. We had the aerial feed on the left. Oh, Chicago's there. They got their helmets. Cool. They had no helmets on earlier. All right, guys. It's getting dark. Yeah, what do we got? Oh, yeah. By the way, Los Angeles has a curfew. The mayor, I can't remember her name, something Bass, she said everyone has to be off the streets out of Los Angeles. They mapped out this big region by 8 o'clock. So, oh, there's the mob. They are showing up at the building. Yep, there they come. Here they come. Let's go ahead and zoom in on that real quick. We got the aerial feedback. All right, so here's what's going on. In this building right here, full of National Guard members. Now, I'm not 100% sure what building that is. However, I do know yesterday they were duking it out in the streets. Okay, yep, we got that mob going. Good job, cameraman. We got that mob going up there. That mob going up there. They're going all right there. So I have a bad feeling about this one. Man. That size group, that's bigger than the crowd last night and yesterday that was on the streets. They were in the same location. They were a little bit farther over to the left. And they pushed them back and then they started fighting a bit. But it didn't get super crazy. I mean, it was crazy. But this is looking way more intense. Let's see what we got on the ground over there. This may be our ground. Let's go ahead and zoom in over here. See if we were at that location or not. So they're walking. That's back at that corner still. Yep. Interesting arrangement here. So that seems to be, let's see if we can, okay. Got some
declined Newsom's request to issue the order immediately and is now giving the Trump administration the time that they requested to file a response. He's set up a hearing right now for Thursday to determine whether or not to issue that temporary restraining order. Ultimately, why did the judge decide to make this decision?
I think that's the right move, Christina. You're talking about a federal law that's on its face seems to favor the Trump administration's position here. And I've come on the show and I've been critical of the president, saying he's done things that are unlawful, even things that are unconstitutional. But in this case, if you look at the law, it allows the president to take over the National Guard under one of three circumstances. One, if there's a foreign invasion. I know the president said that's happening. I'm not sure that's the case. The second is if there's a rebellion against U.S. authority. So maybe that's something you're dealing with here. And the third is probably most likely to apply that if the president believes that he's unable to enforce federal law with the agents and officers that he has. And that appears to be the case. And the reason that's important, Christina, is under California law, the Values Act, state and local police officers and sheriff's deputies, they are prohibited from actually helping with civil immigration enforcement. So now,
all right, guys, let me turn this down. So this building, 300 North Los Angeles Street, this is the federal building. All right, this building hosts agencies. Let's go ahead and zoom in. Yep, there they are. National Guard. All right, so this building hosts U.S. Immigration and Custom Enforcement. This is where ICE is housed. And U.S. Citizenship Immigration Services. It is also a federal courthouse. Let's see here. It says this is the Edward R. Roy Ball Federal Building and United States Courthouse. So there's two things going on here. You have the ICE building and the United States Courthouse right here. So, yeah, that's what's going on at this location. It seems that they're all migrating here. And there's that sign, families are sacred. They were having a meeting. A bunch of them were around those banners. Let's see if I can find something on the ground right there. Give me a minute. Let's tune in and hear what they're talking about.
To deport individuals. But obviously, if they see violence against anyone, it can be a civilian, it can be a federal officer, they have to step in. That is a completely separate crime, and their job is to make sure that they're protecting the public, whether civilian or law enforcement. So that's what they're there for, to protect those officers, to protect buildings, to even protect the peaceful protesters. Because obviously, Everyone has a right to protest under the First Amendment, but there's speech and there's conduct. So if you're launching fireworks, throwing Molotov cocktails, cinder blocks at, ICE agents or their vehicles, that is unlawful, and that's a crime under both state and federal law.
And so, Nima, it's not just happening in Southern California. We'll step away and get back to that conversation because we have this vantage point as well. This is what's happening in New York City as well. Folks are also protesting against some of these immigration rates. Could we see similar action taking place by New York's governor if things get out of hand to the place where President Trump decides to call in the National Guard to New York City?
I wouldn't be surprised, Christina. Obviously, we know the president has taken aggressive action against these sanctuary cities. So, the first was to stop federal funding, right? But now you're talking about actual active enforcement and operations. And if you're going to do that, you need the man and woman power to conduct these operations, especially if you're going to get resistance, because the political reality is many of these states like Los Angeles and New York are deep blue, and these laws are very unpopular. So they're going to be met with resistance. They're going to be met with protests. They may even be met with riots. So if you're law enforcement, you have to be prepared for these possibilities.
And so as we're looking ahead, if the judge decides to grant the temporary restraining order in this case in favor of Governor Gavin Newsom against the Trump administration, what immediately happens? Do those National Guard troops have to leave the area and only go back to those federal buildings that they were initially sent there for?
So one of two things will happen if that restraining order is granted. The question is, will the judge issue a stay? That means pause that order, because the judge will realize that obviously this is a very important issue of federal versus state rights. And that decision will go up on appeal. It will go to the Ninth Circuit, which is the appellate court that covers California. Historically, it's been pretty liberal, but with Trump appointees, it's become more moderate, and it'll be assigned to a 3-judge panel there. But really, this case is destined to make its way to the Supreme Court. And although Justice Breyer is no longer there, the Supreme Court justices, that 6-3 conservative majority, will have to decide this issue. That's what the High Court is there for, to wade into these important federal questions that we're dealing with. So I think even if the judge grants the restraining order, which probably shouldn't, but even if Judge Breyer does, I expect him to stay that order to allow a higher court to look into this and make the determination, because really you're dealing with the enforcement of federal law. And Christina, it's not a state issue. And this is why you can't have California have different immigration law than Texas or Arizona. It has to be uniform. And historically, it has been federal law, which is why I expect the Trump administration to win here. They don't win with the trial court. I think they will ultimately win on appeal.
All right, in the city as well. So again, the nation's largest city has been dealing with some of these anti-ICE protests since Friday afternoon, and we've been keeping you covered here on Live Now from Fox ever since those began. So then the biggest thing that's going to be happening is that in just about 20 minutes, less than 20 minutes at this point, there will be a curfew that goes into effect there in LA. So again, this was all put together by the LA's mayor, Karen Bass. She made that announcement a bit earlier today during a news conference, but she's putting.
Yeah, guys, if you're just tuning in, all right, here's what we got going on. We got Los Angeles on 3 of the screens and Chicago on 1 of them. All right, Chicago, we've seen arrests, we've seen some scuffles. However, Los Angeles, they are all migrating to the ICE building. It is a federal courthouse / building that houses Border Patrol, ICE and other agencies. Let me read it again. Nearby, so it says house agencies like U.S. Immigration Customs and U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. So that's the buildings that they are walking to. All right. Curfew takes effect in 15 minutes. So all these people are supposed to be off the streets in 15 minutes. And I do not see that happening. Let's go ahead and tune this in. I'm going to go grab something to drink. And I'll be back for the
Saturday, calling this curfew
this is going to be an interesting
necessary
night.
measure to protect lives and safeguard property following all of the days of unrest there in the city. But that just wraps up us hearing there from California's Governor Gavin Newsom as well. He said there in that speech that President Trump was pulling a military dragnet across Los Angeles during that address. Of course, we know that the governor's remarks came after Trump ordered the deployment of nearly 5,000 troops, including the National Guard that you're able to see here on your screen. The National Guard and the Marines are both present there in Southern California. President Trump says they were deployed to protect federal buildings, but they're also now protecting ICE agents as they're carrying out those arrests as well. But this is according to the Associated Press. Those photos that the Associated Press is referring to show the National Guard standing by as officers there in LA. So this camera just got put down on the ground by one of our photographers there on the scene. We do appreciate all of our partners there that have been all around the country helping us to bring you these live vantage points of what's happening as these anti-ICE protests continue to happen everywhere. All right, let's slide away now for a 2-minute commercial break. On the other side, our coverage continues. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We're continuing our coverage of all of these protests happening all over the country. Do want to showcase this look that we have there in Los Angeles as law enforcement officers. We just missed it there. They were speeding down the street as the curfew is set to take effect there in LA in just about 10 minutes or so now. So this is, of course, all in response to the protests that have been happening against ICE raids there in Southern California. So we'll be keeping our eyes on this shot as well as some of the other updates as well. So let's go ahead and check in now as we've seen this tweet go out from LA's Mayor, Karen Bass. She said, I issued a curfew starting at 8 p.m. for downtown Los Angeles to stop bad actors who are taking advantage of the president's chaotic escalation. If you do not live or work in downtown LA, avoid the area. Law enforcement will arrest individuals who break the curfew.
How many of you guys think that they're going to follow the curfew? Anyone? All right, here's the federal building. Let's go ahead and look at this feed. You have the National Guard back there. Imagine some ice. Well, maybe they wouldn't put ice out there. That might not be a good idea. You can see they tagged up the windows. What do we got going on? Yep, this is the building they are after. There's a whole bunch of them. We have seen Molotov cocktails, people throwing fireworks, all kinds of crazy stuff happening on this same street yesterday. But now, today, there is easily 10 times the amount of people. Easily 10 times what we've seen the past 4 days. Today would be day 5. We have protests in Dallas, Austin, also Colorado, Denver, Colorado. We also have protests in New York. We have protests in Chicago. Lots of different locations tonight.
لا بعد ما هناك لا راحوا هذول راح يروحون لا ما ببين وين نتحول؟ Excuse me, ma'am.
individuals experiencing homelessness, credentialed media, or public safety and emergency personnel. To be clear again, that's not about silencing voices or suppressing lawful protest. When that expression crosses into unlawful conduct, when lives are put at risk, and when our city's safety is compromised, we must act, and we will act. We urge all Angelenos to cooperate with these public safety measures. Our shared goal is to protect our communities and return to a state of calm and safety for everyone. Thank you. Mayor.
Let me introduce now the councilwoman who represents the majority of the district, Councilwoman Isabel Jurado.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm here today not just as a council member who represents downtown LA, but as its advocate who deeply loves and believes in this community. The history of Los Angeles began right here in downtown, where 200 years later, the grouping of historic neighborhoods remains the beating heart of our city, a place with rich culture and deep community. Downtown LA is a place where workers clock in before sunrise and small business owners know their customers by name, where neighbors greet each other on the sidewalk, and where generations of families have built lives, shared stories, made memories together side by side. It's one of the most vibrant and resilient and hopeful parts of our city. But too often, downtown LA is treated like a backdrop for major events, not the living, breathing community it is. And right now, it's hurting. I am deeply proud that downtown has always been the place where Angelenos from all over the city gather to peacefully protest. I support the right to demonstrate, and the mayor and I know that right is sacred, and at times it's necessary, but we must also face what's happening right now. When these peaceful rallies end and the protesters head home, another element moves in: opportunists who come in under the cover of a peaceful protest to ravage and destroy. They are ruining local small businesses, smashing storefronts, and threatening the safety of the very community that has always welcomed people from across the city and globe. This isn't just broken glass.
Okay, we heard this one earlier. This is, they're talking about, hold on, I'll turn down. They're talking about the curfew, and yeah, the curfew's in two minutes. Yep, 10 o'clock Central. That'll be 8 o'clock in Los Angeles. So they have 2 minutes to disperse. And it looks like down here at the bottom right, they're in front of this ICE immigration federal building where we have a lot of National Guard stationed. And it looks to be a long night because I doubt they're going home. That's just another chance to rebel. The resistance. What do we got? Mean Hornet in the chat. What's going on? Grandma Dar, how are you? Who else we got on here tonight? Yep, we have an interesting time. So Chicago's getting dark. We're on the top right, Chicago. We got 2 tabs open on Chicago. Now, I'm not sure. See, this is why I'm doing this, because some of these are hard to tell if they're actually live. It looks like this one may be delayed because it is dark here in the Midwest, but let's go ahead and watch the chopper feed. That one seems to be more on point. The other one may be delayed. I have not been able to find many New York feeds. It seems that they're only streaming on TikTok, and they're very sporadic. But as soon as a New York feed comes up, I will. Oh yeah, look at all these people. That's all police there. And then here, let's zoom in on that. Oh man, they're getting towards the bridge. This has been the ordeal. There's been police just trapped under that bridge twice now. I'm surprised they actually made it out because it was a tough spot for them. They were throwing rocks. There we go. We got, looks like a police chopper. Not live. This one's live right here. The Chicago one was not live. I know this one's live though, Los Angeles. I'm tracking it in multiple locations. So the top left, bottom right. The bottom right, they're at the federal building. Yeah, all these are live. See, live. Let's click live. All right, that one was a little behind. But that's live. This one's live. We're all live, everyone. Live as you can get. I'm alive. And, but yeah, the other one, this one right here, not looking live. And that's why, that's why it's hard. That's why let's close that out. Because, you know, you really got to pay attention to make sure you got live going. Because Google or YouTube will feed you a whole bunch of false live videos. You guys may have figured that out. So I'll be hanging with you tonight, so go ahead and save this. You know, whatever you got to do, share it so you got it saved somewhere. Yep. I may do it tomorrow night because I'm just doing this because I saw that, you know, YouTube makes it very hard to find the live feeds. And then also there's multiple locations. Maybe I'll do a better professional job tomorrow, but I just wanted to get everything opened up, stream it. That way I could watch it, and I figure while I'm watching it, share with you guys as well. Over on the top left, there's National Guard, all stationed in that building. To me, that seems like a bad idea, right? I mean, they're all jam-packed in that one tiny spot. You know, they were throwing those big mortar shells out, and yeah, those... Okay, they're a little bit more spread out now. Okay, there we go. So that looks like a bad idea too, because look at this. They have a line blocking that way, line blocking that way. So they're literally like blocking them in right by the federal. Look, they're going back to the federal building. I don't know if that's the best idea, right? I mean, where are they going? Well, it is time for the curfew as of 2 minutes ago. Let's go ahead, and you can see we're live here. See, this is the same building. You see him walking by. We got to see Gavin Newsom almost cry earlier. That was kind of cool. But he was crying because he was whining about Trump. Trump's fault. Couldn't have been any of Gavin's fault. We are watching a live feed in Los Angeles right now. They realized they should carry American flags. Looked like they all came off the same print press. Zoom back out. See what's happening. Yeah. The curfew has begun in Los Angeles, and they're not going. Doesn't look like any of them plan on leaving. It'll be getting dark in around, I'd say, 55 minutes. Probably got around another hour. It'll be dark in Los Angeles. And if it's anything like we've seen, it'll be an interesting deal. We should be praying for peace in Los Angeles, Chicago, and all these other locations right now. Around 26 locations protesting right now.
We've been continuing to monitor here behind the scenes, lots and lots of live feeds from cities across the nation. We continue to see protest activity, of course, in Southern California. This particular image is from downtown LA. We're now 5 minutes into the curfew. The whole point of the curfew is so that people get off of the streets after 8 p.m. Pacific time. Here we do sit at 8:06 Pacific time. Lots and lots of people still holding flags. It's tough to get an accurate gauge from this vantage point just how many people are outside in downtown LA. This is where the curfew zone is, effective from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. portion of downtown LA. This applies to everyone according to Mayor Bass. There's limited exceptions, including for emergency and medical personnel, residence workers, and credentialed media. We do know that 23 businesses were looted last night. They say that was the tipping point for them to call for this curfew. They say this is a necessary safeguard for people and property after several days of concerning escalation. Anyone in the curfew zone, they say, will be arrested. So as we look at these live images, and I'll be on the desk here for the next hour or two, I'm curious to know if we will see any arrests in real time. As I mentioned, we are now past the curfew. So we're starting to see some of these officers on horseback arriving. In fact, let's pull up the audio. Let's listen into a bit of what the cameras are capturing in downtown LA right now.
Wow, this is going to be interesting. They got a lot of police out there, though, that's for sure. They may have enough to push them off the streets. I don't know if you guys saw that line of cop cars from the helicopter. There comes the horses. Yeah, we got a lot of angles going on here. I think we got a good spot to watch. They're moving in.
We've got two different vantage points of downtown LA at this point. We don't hear a lot, but we do see a line of local police officers with their riot gear. We did hear at that press conference that 197 arrests, at least, have been made today. Mayor Bass says that she does not know how long the ICE raids will continue for. She, of course, is continuing to urge the White House to stop with the raids. Officials in Los Angeles have said that that's what they believe it'll take to quell this activity. There's been about 5 streets in downtown LA that these protests have been limited to, according to the mayor. Let's get out to Fox 11 Los Angeles. They're live on air right now. In fact, they're doing a report out in the field. Let's get a little more context from them.
That I saw earlier are pretty close to being back to their cars. But these are other people who've been staying in downtown later in the night, and that's when we've had some of the problems that we've been recording for you here on Fox 11. But right now, you can see a concerted effort by the LAPD to get people out of the area and to get them to safety and to impose that curfew until things settle down in the city of LA. Laura Diaz reporting live from downtown, sending it back to the studio.
Laura, you can see with all this movement that LAPD is taking this very seriously. Of course they are. And moving into place to make sure that the protesters and all the people downtown that don't belong there need to move along. Now, the mayor also made a point, I think it was actually Chief McDonald who made the point, that if you are experiencing homelessness, that you are allowed to stay in the curfew zone, and if you are a member of the news media. Now, I'm wondering, because I saw a couple of times on other news channels where the reporter had to keep explaining, no, we're press, we're press. Have you had any kind of interaction like that? Was there any time, a point where they weren't quite hearing you when you said, I work for Fox 11 News?
No, I've had no problems. They've been very even-handed with us. We've been allowed to record the news as we always do. I mean, last night when things got really hairy, they were moving us out for our own safety. But other than that, people have been respectful. They honor the profession and they allow us to do our work. But right now, as you can see right at this corner of Temple and Los Angeles Street, we have some people who are slow to leave, and others, I'm going to presume they were the ones who were at that prayer vigil earlier, and, you know, they're law-abiding. They wanted to do the right thing, so they've left the area. So I think the people who are still here had nothing to do with that event that we were covering at the park. I think this is a different group.
Yeah. Laura,
they showed up here because they saw activity.
Yeah, we should note the picture on the left box is that overpass of the 101 that we saw that was taken over by the crowd. They were throwing the rocks onto the CHP vehicles below. Law enforcement well in control of that overpass, well in control of that access to the 101 freeway or not.
I don't think that is the 101 freeway. I don't think that is near the 101 freeway. I think that's closer to the federal building. You're talking about the larger screen?
No, the smaller box.
The smaller box?
Not that shot there. Not that one, the one we had before.
Okay. Well, they were blocking an entryway to the 101 freeway, so I beg your pardon.
No worries, no worries.
But on the other side is the LA Mall. So anyone who's been downtown and you know the LA Mall, that is subterranean, and it is near City Hall East and near the court system, et cetera. That's where sometimes people go to have lunch if you're on jury duty or what have you. But I find it really remarkable that we're seeing the policemen, the police officers there.
Boom, broke the Mexican flag.
Less than lethal rifles
There's
drawn.
your prophetic sign.
And so they mean business. They're going to make...
Well, think about it. Anybody here who's not moving is not wanting to be part of the acknowledgement of that curfew. Anybody else
so we got some New York
who is
stuff
well aware of
like.
it and doesn't want to be caught up in it is probably, like Laura said, in their car making their way out, and LAPD will accommodate that. But quite a show there where you have those equestrian units, quite a show of police vehicles. But it sounded like the mayor was very serious at her news conference today. The police chief, very serious. They were not going to take another night of lawlessness in this downtown area.
It was one thing when there was the graffiti. That was very sad for the mayor because, of course, she wants this city to shine when we are hosting these big events upcoming, the Olympics, the World Cup. But after 23 businesses were damaged and looted, that was just the line in the sand. We cannot have this happen again. We cannot have another night of that. And when you have so many people converge on a small area, there's only so much police can do. Okay, police on the move now, pushing along a few people. There aren't that many people. And by the way, we love the mounted units only because we love horses. But the horses are very persuasive. You might be able to go toe-to-toe with an officer with a riot stick, but it's a lot harder when you've got a 2,000-pound beast, or however. Yeah. Christina Gonzalez would know better than I how much a horse weighs.
Let's go back to Laura Diaz, if we can. They're on the ground. Laura, you are outside the federal building where it seems to me that police are tightening up that area right now, really trying to take control of that area with a clear sign to those people that you see backing up right now.
Yeah, you can see that there's a scrimmage line that's been formed on the other side. When we had the camera whipped around before and we were showing you the mounted unit, that's the other side. So they're now walking toward us, and I presume they're trying to get the last. Okay, they want us to move. We got to move.
All right, we'll take it back here. Obviously, Laura, a member of the media as well, but when the police come in like this and they are clearing the area, that means us as well.
Yeah.
It is.
They'll start directing you to an area that you need to go. If they don't want you there, we have a right to be there as members of the media, but they can tell you, instead of here, please go over there.
And again, that is the area where we saw the National Guard there and Homeland Security there. Obviously, the LAPD wanting to make a statement about that specific area to start, for sure. That's where our camera is, and we are seeing overhead. But they're really wanting to make a statement, Susan, about that area with the federal building, and perhaps that is a sign that they want no damage in that area, nobody being unruly in that area, and making a stand right there.
Well, particularly because a lot of what we see, a lot of the optics, especially around the federal building, that informs what kinds of sentiment we're getting out of the president or Speaker Johnson or, you know, anyone that is justifying the orders that ICE and Border Patrol, whatever, have issued, or specifically the Trump administration, in terms of like fortifying law enforcement around federal buildings.
So it happened around 6 o'clock, give or take, right before 6 o'clock, that the mayor's news conference happened. LA Mayor Karen Bass declaring a local emergency with that curfew for tonight. And a reminder to anybody who's watching from other parts of the country, who is watching from other parts of the world, other cities, if you do know LA or you don't know LA, it's a pretty small area that they have this curfew. Everybody else can go about their business. If you're in Santa Monica, you're in Whittier, you're in Anaheim, you're in Burbank, Newport, you're living your life necessarily. Right. This right here, it borders this downtown pocket of the 5 freeway, the 110, the 10, and where the 110 and 5 merge. So it is just a pocket of downtown LA in which they're saying, not tonight, people.
And really, when you think about it, what areas were affected by the protest is even much smaller than that. It's much smaller than when we see the map of the curfew zone, which extends all the way north past Chinatown. We didn't really see very much in the way of Chinatown. The closest we came was that reckless driver that drove. That guy got out of there as well. So you see the borders, you see how it's all bordered by freeways, and that was on purpose. The mayor said that's the way Los Angeles sees the areas around Southern California, bordered by freeways. And so, you know, the 110 slot between the 101 and the 5. So you know that's closed. You know that the Interstate 5 down to the 10, that is the border. That's the eastern border that is closing off that zone. But it's a huge, she says it's 1 square mile, but it looks really big. And if you then consider, if we were able to zoom into exactly where the protests have been, it's a smaller portion still of this where the curfew zone is.
Well, bottom line, we saw some lawlessness last night, destruction of businesses. You've seen all of the graffiti that's been left behind. If I'm in business in that area, I may be welcoming the curfew just to bring some calm, but also that means a loss of business. And for people who don't know downtown LA, it's really been built up over the years.
Absolutely.
With wonderful restaurants and hotels and crypto.com.
There's an entertainment zone now, whereas 10 years ago or so, wasn't so big as it is now.
Right.
You got crypto.com, LA Live, not LA Live Now. That's this.
It's one of those locations that, you know, you go on a Friday night to go out to dinner or to an event downtown. There's the garment.
The BET Awards were downtown yesterday.
City Hall, your LAPD headquarters. Your heart of government is right there. But for the most part, if you're living in anywhere else, any other spots of Los Angeles, you're not directly affected by this. You're not under a curfew.
All right, it's looking to get wild over in New York. Yeah, we still got New York and Chicago, guys. All right, in LA, what you got to understand is they have the military, Marines, everybody's ready in LA. But look over here in New York. New York right now. And if you look right here, guys, you can see where we're at. Ah, man. What the heck? See, in New York, they don't have no masks on, helmets. Like a couple do.
got sprayed by garbage. I got sprayed by fucking garbage. Fuck out of here, go! Look at they're arresting somebody now.
No, this is that's law enforcement. That's police.
Fuck you, kid! Oh, he heated! He heated! Where's your helmet? You got fucked up, right?
Who do you stand for? Who do you stand for? Put your guns if you want to protect the people!
All right, so they dispersed. You saw smoke in the middle of the street here. Now, law enforcement here. Oh shit, hold on. Fuck.
Nazi scum!
That's smoke.
Y'all are the Gestapo!
Oh shit, that's right. That's right.
I don't give a fuck. I ain't involved.
Move. He's correct. We are. There's some people that are press. Please, just don't get it confused. Yeah.
Moving on the operation, I have a right to document. I'm not blocking anybody from doing anything.
We just can't impede on your First Amendment. That's all.
I'm not blocking anybody. For what? What's the reason? What's happening over here?
Little dude in the bottom right wants to be famous. He saw the other guy's picture. He thinks he's going to be famous now. Well, it looks like there was enough police over here in Los Angeles to push him away from the federal building. However, where are they going? We got National Guard up in the high places, which is what I said that's where they should be. They should be on all high places. They are. So that's a ton of police. I don't know where they got so many police. They brought the whole state police out. Look at all these. Yeah, so they feel like they got the victory because they moved them out from in front of that building. However, they may just reorganize down the street. I saw them throwing fireworks at the horses 2 days ago. That was not cool. And we have Chicago right now as well.
What are you doing?
Let's see. Let's jump back in. Let's mute this. So we have New York top right. Los Angeles bottom right. This guy does a decent job reporting. Let's hear him.
Moving in from Homeland Security, some of the immigration officers, and what you have then is a long line of the National Guard members cutting a gauntlet through the protesters to escort those vehicles out. But we're right here in the Civic Center Plaza where all of this exploded last night, as you were saying, Susan. A lot of remnants all over Santa Ana Boulevard here of some of the rubber bullets and other projectiles that all happened. You can see some of the roadways Joe gives you a look, all marked up here. This is where they had the tear gas flying last night when the protests, some 200 strong, couple hundred strong, protested, and as nightfall came, it erupted into violence and the face-to-face confrontation with law enforcement. That's a long line there of, if you can see them, Santa Ana police and some of the National Guard members escorting some of those vehicles right across the path of the protesters down there as they're lined up. Several dozen protesters in this area right in front of the federal building here of the Civic Center Plaza. That's over to the right-hand side. Joe will give you a look at that. And all you have in front of the federal building, as you can imagine is National Guard members, and they're protecting this building, the Immigration Center. It's just down the block from the Ronald Reagan Federal Courthouse, another target of the protesters last night where all of this unfolded. Talking about about what happened last night. Let's get to that video. Wild scene here. They had arrests, dozens of arrests after a face-to-face confrontation. The tear gas in the air, the rubber bullets, the fireworks being thrown, as we're told, and other projectiles from the demonstrators at the line of police. All of this as that protest unwinded through the day, and then as the evening came, it just erupted into violence, so much so there was a press conference here a little while ago, a couple of hours ago, actually, law enforcement, but also the local lawmakers, county supervisors, saying if you want this violence to end, and we all do, as one of the supervisors was saying, the best way to have it end is to take all the military, all the National Guard members, all the U.S. Marines, and we haven't seen any Marines deployed in this area yet, but the supervisor saying get the military out of Santa Ana. Listen to some of this.
This morning we heard from our district attorney, and we agree that law enforcement needs to show the same restraint that we are asking of the public. We don't want to see any excessive force or civil rights violations by our law enforcement agency at any level. To the federal administration, we demand that you take your militarized equipment and troops and stop occupying our communities immediately.
Now you're looking live. Cheers at that press conference, and jeers here from a lot of the protesters as some of the ICE vehicles move through that line, escorted by the National Guard members. But it has been peaceful. It has been quiet here at this location, despite what happened last night. But the concern right through the city is that all of this could explode quickly, as it did 24 hours ago. There's another location, if you're familiar with the city, Bristol and McFadden. That's a major intersection here in Santa Ana, in the heart of Santa Ana. There was a large crowd. We're told an even larger crowd than what we're seeing down here, gathering at that location. And I know they had some of the police deployment here, a SWAT team, also another tactical team, and they hightailed it out of here about 10 minutes ago, presumably going over to that location. The police bird in the air also has been flying around back and forth with its night sun. So they're watching that situation, that location, also keeping a close eye on this location, as this is where all the trouble really hit last night. But right at this hour, Christine and Susan, it is relatively quiet here in Santa Ana, but you can certainly feel the tension as everybody realizes, geez, we saw what happened last night. We don't want that to happen again here tonight.
Yeah, and we should note that we were there live last night in Santa Ana, bringing our viewers some of this coverage. This is Orange County versus LA County, but Santa Ana is a heavily Latino population and Asian population as well. But they did have some ICE operations there a day or so ago, and that did affect the community who was reacting to the ICE operations in their locations, and also some neighboring communities as well.
And what is confounding to me is what is the turning point? Like, what turned the crowd? So in the beginning, when we were down there, we saw, yes, a lot of people and a couple of skirmish lines, but then something happened, and it's what we saw in Little Tokyo last night as well. Like, you know, we can't quite figure out what is the trigger, what turns the crowd from a peaceful protest situation to something uglier.
It seems to be, you know, in watching this the last several nights, what are we talking, like 5 nights now since it all started Friday, and I've been down in downtown LA, first time here in Santa Ana, but it always seems to be the crowd. It's always tension in the air, certainly when they're face-to-face with law enforcement, face-to-face with the skirmish lines, and then you usually have one person or so who is the igniter, my opinion, and that's, I was thinking something what the former LAPD chief Bill Bratton used to call them, the knuckleheads, and it was just usually, I would watch it, it'd be one person who would excite the violence, light the fuse, if you will, by throwing a fireworks or something, or a bottle of water or something at the law enforcement, and then all of a sudden it would be on. They'd be clashing, they'd be jousting back and forth, and then the officers, particularly here last night, they were not, if you don't mind me saying, they were not fooling around with the tear gas and everything else. They really moved in quick, trying to put down the violence, trying to protect the federal area through here. And as the lawmakers were saying at that press conference earlier today down here in Santa Ana, in the OC, they deplore this violence. They don't want any part of this violence. Sure, they're aiming. It's interesting. Their point is also what we heard up from Mayor Bass. We've been hearing from her that they're blaming the president and the immigration crackdown for this, blame some of the lawmakers here squarely on the president and what he's been doing. But the others are saying, regardless of that, you know, you can protest, you can come out like a lot of these folks. Look at, they're standing over there. At times you can hear them chanting, but there's no violence. And I suppose that's the point you're trying to make, Susan, is you can come out here and, you know, you could protest and you could make your viewpoint known as loud as you can. As some folks say they've lost their voice because they've just been chanting all day. Certainly you can do that, but when it comes to crossing the line physically with police, with law enforcement, smashing windows, vandalism and loitering, everybody seems to just have no tolerance for that. Absolutely. Yeah, exactly. Very much so. Yeah, throwing fireworks, throwing other projectiles at them. So we've seen in the LA downtown pieces of concrete. Yes.
So it looks like New York is having some action right now. We got this guy over here with his live feed. Pretty good crowd in New York. We're waiting on a good feed from Chicago. But yeah, LA, they pushed him out. Curfew, they're supposed to be out of that area. That guy is saying there's another conglomeration of people in another location, so we shall see what happens. New York seems a little bit scattered, but still quite a few people. Looks like they're splitting. This guy with the camera is a little bit intense. Alright, we got all those angles. LA. Let's see down here. Let's zoom in a little bit. Alright, well, looks like we're just looking at a big old mob of police. I guess they're gonna stand there for a while. We need our helicopter back. Where's our, there he is. Let's see what he's doing. See if he catches anything. Yeah, let's see where our helicopter goes. Let's watch this for a little bit. Helicopter guy's pretty good at panning around, and if there's another group of them, I imagine there is, they've been walking around all day. I imagine they found another spot. But yeah, they did a good job dispersing it. I mean, definitely not like we've seen the past few days with just a ton of in-your-face, cussing, spitting, throwing rocks. I mean, they're still, cussing and angry, but we have not seen a lot of action like the other nights. Not a lot of pepper balls being shot. Mostly peaceful. I can actually say tonight was mostly peaceful for now. The other nights, not so much. But I jumped on here anyways, see what we would catch. And I don't think it's over. It's just now getting dark. And there's way too many people in Chicago right now. New York, Washington, Texas. All these places, I imagine the feeds will start popping on. Just waiting for something to pop off. So thanks for joining, everyone. I'll probably do this tomorrow. I guess I'll do it Saturday as well. So if you guys want to subscribe, save the channel. I don't do this type of thing, but I'll sit in here, had my big screen and had all the different feeds up. And there was not as many feeds tonight as there was yesterday, the past few days, which is kind of strange. But yeah, I wanted to do this because I know it's hard to find some of these feeds. I figured I'd just get them all together and stream it. All right. Well, we'll be monitoring for a while. We can go ahead and turn this on, I guess. Listen a little bit what they got.
And also to try to hire
These guys are kind of liberal, though. If you're liberal, just bear with it for a little bit.
Today, the family
There's
also
a few
learned
good
that
broadcasters on here.
Vasquez has already been transferred to a facility in Texas. And that is the impact that, these ICE raids have on many of the families who also claim.
And if you guys know of any other hot spots right now, let me know. I'll bring them into the feed. But all right, wait, hold on. We got our helicopter feed. See what they're seeing. Man, that's a lot of police. We have already seen some arrests in New York, Chicago. Somebody tried to run over a bunch of people in Chicago. That also happened in LA, like the second night Let's hear this girl. She's
See, there
cool.
are
I heard her
plenty of
the other
people
day.
still on the streets. I'm not sure, as Tom was saying, are they aware of the curfew? Are they deliberately just ignoring it, or are they waiting to see what might go down? So there are an awful lot of people still on the sidewalks here. And then, very busy traffic. It seems we did see people kind of scurrying to their cars, likely aware of the curfew and trying to get to where they need to be and out of this curfew area as quickly as they can. We saw a lot of people, in fact, who we had seen at the Interfaith Vigil up at Grand Park, people who were still carrying pamphlets from that vigil, obviously headed towards their parking spots and towards their cars so that they can get out of the city in order to comply with the curfew. But here at this location where we are, you can see a lot of people just milling about, taking videos apparently, and just look at this guy. He's up on the telephone pole, Mojo. You see this? This kid is up on the light pole, obviously not a safe situation for that, but they're just kind of lingering. For sure, word has spread about the curfew, but for whatever reason, they are hanging around and not going home as they should be. Across the way, you can see at the back of City Hall, there are plenty of law enforcement officers standing on the patio there. They have been there for the last couple of days when we have been to here in downtown Los Angeles covering the protests, and then later in the night covering some of the unrest after the protests. So they've been here as we have been for days, and they are overseeing this, kind of watching, waiting to see perhaps if LAPD will eventually start to arrest these people, because clearly there are lots of people. In fact, some people still coming down in this direction. So, it's interesting to see this, and we'll have to see what happens in the next couple of minutes here. But a lot of activity and not quite the clearing out that we anticipated we would see at this time, because it's what is it, 8:30? Yeah, so 8:36. So for sure, if these people were trying to get home, they would have made their move.
Lori, have you heard anything from law enforcement there on the ground telling those protesters or people milling about, as you mentioned, to go home? The curfew is in effect?
I haven't. We've heard over the last couple of days when there have been dispersal orders and that kind of thing, we've heard them using the megaphones and making announcements saying, you need to get out of here, you need to go home, you don't have to stay here, but you can't, you can't stay here, but you got to go somewhere other than this place. We have not heard that yet. I would anticipate that they will start to do that if these people do not start getting out of the way. But, I heard you mentioning Tom got that alert. We got the alert as well. Our security guards also got the alert indicating, hey, if you're in downtown Los Angeles, there is a curfew in effect. You need to get going. I'm expecting that these people would have already gotten that, but again, they are not choosing to comply.
Lori just got a text message from our Tom Wade out there. He said that they are making announcements where he is. Officers have gone on megaphones and they've started making announcements. So if it's not clear, if they didn't get the emergency alert on their phone, clearly now officers are making it pretty clear. He says they're doing it again now. So most likely we may see some more movement. Do you hear anything, Lori?
Yeah, I'm just starting to hear it. Like I said, we're only about a block away from where Tom is, so I can just barely hear it, but I can hear, what sounds like people talking over a megaphone. That's a familiar kind of sound. And we're seeing there were some motorcycles that were up on the patios here. They're coming off, so they are definitely scattering at this point. It's hard to tell, how far people are willing to take it. A lot of people like to think they're tough until, the police start coming at them with cuffs, ready to cuff them. So,
you can hear that now.
Yep. They're saying now, if you do not leave the area now, you will be arrested. So, like I said, people like to be tough, but when LAPD starts coming at you with those cuffs, we'll see how tough they are.
Looks like those announcements being made over a helicopter or a loudspeaker there while people are on the ground still milling about, as Lori was talking about. Some of these people, protesters, but also some people who are just walking around downtown LA right now and getting caught up in this. We can hear that announcement being made. Lori, that's from a chopper?
That's from that white SUV that's driving up the street here.
Oh, yeah, you can see that too.
They have some sort of a projection device.
Sure. And this is what we anticipated, you know, when these curfew orders were announced earlier today during a news conference by Mayor Karen Bass. We anticipated that there would be sort of this grace period, if you will, for the protesters to have time to get out of downtown LA. And then after that, these announcements now being made by the LAPD as they drive around saying, it's time to get out of here. We've given you 40 minutes now.
Oh, you know what? A correction. That was coming from that helicopter. There's a chopper overhead.
All right, so over here on the right, I was able to find, this would be Santa Ana, and then we also have Denver. So I will just toggle through. I had to find these on TikTok. So this is Santa Ana marching in the streets, and then I'm gonna do Denver real quick. Denver and Santa Ana seem to have some people.
There's someone on the ground over there.
We'll keep tabs over on the left on Los Angeles. And then we got New York back behind here. We'll keep these tabs open so we can just check. Yeah, tomorrow, if they're protesting, I'll organize a better layout for you all. But for tonight, just wanted to get everything on here. You know, this is how I'd be tracking it probably by myself.
This is Lieutenant Stigler.
Yeah, we're not the problem
Denver Police
here.
Department.
Denver Police.
Fuck you, Stigler! Violation of the city, county, Denver ordinances. You must disperse immediately. From 19
Hope everyone tuning in. We have all of these police in Los Angeles, but we do not have the same type of military, massive police force in these other locations, like New York. Let's see what's going on. This guy's running around, following the people, causing issues. Let's see. I think he's, I think maybe they've calmed down a little bit in New York. We'll tune back in. Let's watch Denver for a little bit, and we'll have Los Angeles on here. And are you guys ready for Saturday? Because these communists have a planned Saturday nationwide protest. Not sure if you guys know that. Some of you guys may not know who are on this feed. They call it NoKings.org. Let's turn this down a little so I can talk. NoKings.org. You can visit the website. I'll go ahead and go there for you real quick. NoKings.org. There it is. In America, we don't have kings. If you see here, yeah, on June 14th, we rise up. That's in a few days. Saturday. All right. And this is the map, guys. This is not a joke. This is how many protests they have planned across America on Saturday. Look. Saturday, June 4th, 4 to 6. 1 to 3, 12 to 3, all of these. Looks like you want to live right around here. I imagine not all of these are going to be big, but someone wanted to have a protest, they put their name in. There's probably half of these, but still, how many of those people are angry, wanting to cause problems? So, next Saturday, and here's the thing you need to know about. A lot of these, they're like Jefferson City, that's the capital of Missouri. You know, they're going to the courthouses, city halls. So I would probably stay away from downtown area on Saturday. All right. FYI. NoKings.org. That's the same Flag Day, Trump birthday. You know, they want to, we got Philadelphia. They want to have big old nationwide protests and try to cause their little communist revolution. You know, they think it's their global revolution, and the real risk is that China.
Welcome to the summer of protest.
This is our hobby, bro.
Summer of protest. You hear them? Listen.
And if you don't believe me, just watch for the 2-week vacation that's coming.
Hear that? It says summer of protest. Watch for the 2-week vacation that's coming. That which be, yeah. Huh. Well, yeah, we're gonna see what they're saying real quick. Let's figure it out. I'm telling you, they think they're gonna have a communist takeover of America. These young kids that are brainwashed by globalists.
What a conundrum for them. It's not even the protests that are causing them problems.
It's not even a protest causing the problem, she said.
We're in violation of the city and county of Denver city ordinances.
Fuck you, Stickler!
Well,
Outbound on
that's Denver.
Fuck you!
I think we have another view in Denver.
2020 was crazy. I lived in like Joliet and there was a night where he was out there with like a GUN and it was scary. But you know.
Yeah, that one's not working very well. So here's the deal. Let me explain this to you from my perspective. These young kids, you can see them, you know, got gloves on. They want to cause some problems, and they'll admit it, you know. The problem is destroying cities is exactly what foreign nations like China would love. They would love to see all of our police occupied like this. Oh, we got something going on here. They would love to see all of our police occupied and then take advantage of that. What do we got going on here? Yeah, this is just getting started, guys. I know that it's been slow and they've pushed them out, but they pushed them out and then they're still all around. And I'm seeing over here on these live feeds, TikTok, I'm monitoring. I'll be showing you guys when I see some more. So I'm just going to be quiet for a little bit. Some people probably like, thank God. I'm going to be quiet and let these things play. That one's done. Yeah, we'll get back to it and we'll see what's going on.
Likely you are going to a jail facility, which would be LAPD's Metropolitan Jail in downtown, should they need it. Certainly they've got Twin Towers, IRC, Inmate Reception Center over there for the Sheriff's Jail Complex. But if you get arrested and you end up in one of these transport vans, you are more than likely going to end up in a jail. Not necessarily in a jail cell, but in a jail to be processed, booked, and then eventually released.
Right, and what is the capacity, too, for these, Mike? They're going to be at their limits over the next few days if people continue to get arrested.
Well, now that's what we see when we saw back in 2020 is where then these people end up waiting on the buses, right? And then there were lawsuits that stemmed from that. There were lawsuits that stemmed from people that got arrested that had to sit on buses for hours and hours and hours that filed lawsuits saying that they weren't able to use the restroom, they weren't able to do, other things, they couldn't breathe. People said that they were, very claustrophobic in there. If you've ever seen the inside of a sheriff's transport bus, it's not a school bus.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a very built-out thing where there can be even individual, cells, if you will, within the bus. So they're not comfortable places to be. And if you get picked up and you end up in one of those, it is very likely that you will be on that bus for an extended period of time while you get processed.
Mike, I'm curious, with this unified command and so many other agencies coming to help Los Angeles, who runs the show here? How do you get the word out to Ventura County Sheriff or LA County Sheriff, LAPD, so that everyone's on the same page?
So Chief Jim McDonnell said that he is, obviously this is within the city of Los Angeles, the city limits. So LAPD is from what I have been told, is running the show, if you will. So LAPD is in charge, but they are having the mutual aid. So the way the mutual aid works is LAPD, Chief Jim McDonnell made the request to Sheriff Robert Luna. Sheriff Luna then lent, as of Sunday, 100 deputies to the LAPD, and then Sheriff Luna is actually tasked with going outside of his department, outside of LAPD, and getting those outside agencies. So Chief Jim McDonnell and his department is focusing on the response, they're focusing on the crowd and how it needs to be handled and dealt with. The sheriff is handling getting allied agencies to come in and help. So it is Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna, who is in his department, that are reaching out to Ventura County Sheriff, that are reaching out to Santa Barbara County Sheriff, that are reaching out to Torrance and Glendale and Burbank, and he is coordinating that mutual aid response, and then they'll tie in with the LAPD, and then they'll, conduct that operation. Now we have, radio channels where they can all communicate with each other. I think it's the Claymars channels where they can all talk to each other on one frequency and handle this. And there you see in the shot on the left-hand side of the screen, there's one of the transport buses, and that's one of the LAPD transport buses that is being brought in to start effecting these arrests.
Well, incredible to know that Sheriff Luna is responsible for so much, right? We have the LAPD running a show, but he is getting all that mutual aid from the different agencies, from different counties. Just an incredible job that he's doing there.
Yeah, and really just an intense amount of law enforcement officers that are here. I mean, a lot of law enforcement officers that are here. And the normal chain of events would then go, if local wasn't enough, if all of the outside agencies that came in weren't enough to help, then the sheriff would request the governor to activate the National Guard. But as we've pointed out, that can't happen because the National Guard has been taken over and federalized.
Right.
So the governor doesn't have control over the National Guard. So, it's not an option for our local authorities to ask the National Guard to come help because the governor doesn't have control over it.
And Chief McDonald's saying today that he doesn't feel the need at this point to go to that level.
Right.
So certainly good news there that the chief of the LAPD doesn't see the need to enhance it to quite the military level here in California.
They're handling it tonight, right?
Tonight's response is certainly a point proven with that.
Absolutely. All right, as you see there, and as Mike just pointed out, the LAPD bus that usually holds the people who have been arrested after these protests will be held in there, is coming down the street, meaning that we believe the LAPD is about to make some arrests as the mounted unit goes down the street here. Let's go back out now to our Tom Waite, who's live there on the ground with what we saw earlier, two factions of protesters who are being, approached by police there. Have they moved forward? Have they moved them out of the way? What's going on, Tom?
You know what? Here's the thing. Okay, they're moving the bus, but I would say take Lori's camera because there's a lot of action going on over there. Lori should take it from here.
Okay.
Yeah, by horseback and on foot as well. Lori, if you can hear us, tell us what you're seeing.
Yeah, so they have just very quickly moved in our direction. Whoops, and they are shooting. Whoa, okay, I don't want that. We're trying to get out of the line of fire because, they are aggressively telling people that they need to get out of the way. They need to go home. They are, in fact, enforcing this curfew. They have aggressively moved down Temple because there were a lot of stragglers there. We're media. Where do you want me to go?
Okay, looks like Lori's getting some directions from officers out there where she and her photographer can be. Obviously a very fluid situation for our crew members out there who have been really trying to give us these pictures and give us the feel of what is really going on out there. But at the same time, sometimes they get too mixed up, right? Oftentimes this week we've been watching our reporters out there giving us these incredible reports, but also suffering some of the consequences of what's been happening with the protests, tear gas in their eyes and pepper balls being thrown their way. And we just have to really give it to our reporters and photographers who have been out there tirelessly trying to get us these stories as they happen.
And we don't want our crews to go between the officers and protesters because that, of course, puts our crews in danger there. But we're trying our best there, as we saw in Lori, let's go back to you now.
Yeah, I just want to explain what happened. So, very clearly, I'm doing a live shot, with two security guards. I have a microphone. I have my press pass, etc. And despite that, law enforcement, there's just a lot going on here. I'm not trying to assign blame, but even despite the fact that it was very clear what I was doing, they were still, you could hear me saying, where do you want me to go? And they were saying, go home, go home. So that just gives you an idea of the temperature of the atmosphere here because, they're trying to enforce the curfew. They're trying to clear these streets, and it can get confusing, and it's dark out, and things are hectic. So now I'm actually quite some distance from where Michael Johnson, the photographer, is. He's still back in the original location where I was.
Or creating some kind of major issue. So where the officers are at currently they'll have to minimize the presence there and respond to the next location so they can diffuse any problems coming up. So there's a lot of communication going on. We have our officers out there that are in plain clothes as well, that are monitoring these things and can hear and see things. So before it actually acts up, they can see and hear what's going on and relay that to the uniformed officers so we can get there and be proactive about it and this time make sure that it does not start becoming a problem.
Absolutely. It's interesting to see, though, that there were a couple of people on scooters. They seem to be taunting officers and that they're kind of riding around in front of the officers as the skirmish line moves. And, of course, they're filming. And I'm wondering, filming on their phones, and I'm wondering how cell phones and social media...
All right, guys, so I figured out what happened. They walked them laps and laps for like 2.5, 3 hours. They all got tired. That was a good job. So, and there's a ton of cops, like crazy amount in LA. And these other locations, we actually don't have any feeds from Chicago. So I'm actually finding it very strange that I cannot find feeds from Chicago. There was a good group walking around. I don't know about good, if that's the right word. A big group in Chicago. Also New York. New York seems to have dispersed. I guess people are going to bed. It did not turn out like I thought. This guy over here fighting the police a little bit. But, I mean, there may still be some action that happens tonight. There's obviously still a lot of people, but they're getting overwhelmed with all these police. So, yeah. Their strategy worked tonight, looks like. Had some organization. Looked like Gavin Newsom had to make some things happen because he was about to cry, guys. If you go back to the beginning of my broadcast, he was all teared up. Trump, oh my gosh. You know, it's all Trump's fault when it's his, you know, state governor. I'll leave this playing for a little bit, guys. We'll keep it monitoring in case anything else happens.
Group of people that have decided to hang around.
Right, but just to answer that, a lot of times you might not see on video, but if the officers, let's say if there are undercover other officers that observed him doing something or her doing something prior, we didn't see on what you're seeing on your telecast right now, they can advise the officers that's the person we're looking for. 3-4 minutes ago, he did this, and this. So a lot of times you'll see detention being made, but not necessarily you didn't see.
And yeah, guys, go ahead and save my channel if you want. And protests start happening again, I'll open everything up and we will monitor. But yeah, it was a much calmer night tonight. So hopefully that continues. And we should all pray for this weekend that, you know, these protests do not turn violent and that whatever these enemies of America want, which would be the communist, in my opinion, whatever they want with our nation, that their plans would fail. No harm comes to America in the name of Jesus. All right, you guys have a good night. I'm going to leave this playing, and I'll come back in and chime in if we see anything happening.
To Fox 11 Los Angeles whenever their coverage is available. One thing that we're going to be doing in the upcoming hour is we're going to stick with them. We're also going to be monitoring the curfew order, as they've been discussing there on Fox 11. We're in the middle of the curfew right now. It started just under an hour ago, Pacific Standard Time. It runs until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. That's the curfew zone right there. Caleb, if we're able to, can we full screen the graphic portion of this? They say that the curfew applies to everyone who's out and about within this region. Residents are going to be, and you know what? There's a few populations of people who can stay out. That's people who are either working in the area, that's people who are living in the area. Accredited journalists may be out and about, but for the most part, what authorities have warned is that anybody who is in these areas during the curfew will be arrested. They didn't say may be arrested, they said will be arrested. 23 businesses were looted last night. They say that was the tipping point that led to the curfew being implemented. There's been a concerning level of escalation, evening by evening, according to the Los Angeles Police Department. 197 arrests were made today, at least. That was just at the time that they gave the news conference earlier today. They said 197 by earlier this afternoon. So I would be curious to know by sunup how many people end up being arrested because of this curfew, because we have seen a number of people who did not abide by the curfew. I've got this chopper image showing the police response in the area. We've watched as the line of police have moved closer to the protesters, pushing them back for the most part. Let's get the shot back on the ground again. I'm curious if we can hear anything. It has been relatively quieter. I will say this. It's been relatively quieter. There has not been as much shouting. There has not been as much. There hasn't been as much of a combative nature, I'll say. That isn't to say that it's been completely perfect out there tonight, but it was just 2 nights ago that I was on the desk and it was nonstop. Protesters getting in the faces of police officers. We've been watching all evening to see if there would be similar activity tonight, but largely what's happened is we've seen protesters take to the streets, and then it looks like that's a line of people who have been detained. So again, I'll be waiting for numbers either later tonight or early tomorrow morning to indicate just how many people were arrested because of the curfew tonight. You know what? Fox 11 is back on with their live news. Let's dip back into them. Again, this is their 9 p.m. news amid the curfew.
Enter their 5th night. Nearly 5,000 federal troops, including National Guard and Marines, have been deployed by President Trump, originally sent to protect federal buildings. They're now assisting with immigration arrests. Governor Gavin Newsom criticized the move tonight, saying it unfairly targets workers and sets a dangerous precedent by deploying the state's National Guard without his approval. Protests erupted downtown today, with demonstrators shutting down the 101 freeway. In response, Mayor Karen Bass issued a curfew in downtown L.A. until 6 a.m. tomorrow, and the LAPD reports arrests after protesters ignored dispersal orders. Now, the curfew is in effect until 6 a.m. It started at 8 p.m., and that was due to the night's unrest last night, where there was a lot of looting, damage, and it was just awful. 23 businesses. Now, the curfew started at 8, so we're about an hour into it. Covers about 1 square mile of downtown Los Angeles. It's bordered by the 5, the 110, and the 10 freeways. Now, officials hope the curfew will restore order while allowing peaceful demonstrations to continue. Fox 11's Laura Diaz is live downtown with us for the very latest. And Laura, you were at that vigil earlier this evening, and now where are you?
We're in front of the detention center, and that's where people who were at the vigil elected to walk from Grand Park over here to the detention center on LA Street. And of course, this is an area that we've been seeing often over the last 5 days as the unrest has developed, as the ICE raids came first and then people started protesting, and in some cases, you know, it devolved into something else. So here at the detention center, I'm going to step out of the picture. We've been watching as people are carefully checked to see if they have a right to be here. In fact, we know the only ones who are allowed to be here after 8 o'clock are media. So a few people who I believe thought that they would be able to stay, but once their ID was checked and authorities here determined that they did not have valid ID, that they were not members of the press, then they were indeed handcuffed, and we are told that they will be put into that LAPD bus that you see off to the left, and they will be booked. They were ordered to disperse. We all knew that after 8 o'clock, had to get out of the area, only media allowed to stay. So that's the scene here. But earlier today, it was a much different scene when we were at Grand Park. Let's listen to what people had to say there, including a very prominent priest here in Southern California. Let's listen.
But we want to support the families. So here they're talking about, families are sacred, and so we want to underscore that, and we want to resist, the lies really about Los Angeles that somehow the chaos requires National Guard and the Marines, which of course is not true.
That was Father Greg Boyle talking. He was one of the many people who spoke today. We also heard from a rabbi, and she had poignant words as well. And we heard from community leaders and Mayor Bass. Basically, the message was said in different ways by different people: stay together. You have a message you want to get out to the world. Do it peacefully. Show the world that Los Angeles is a peaceful place, that we are a place where we support neighbors and we support the cause of people who've come over to this country and work hard and deserve the right to stay. She said, as did many others, that if people have broken the law, if they've broken the law to get into this country and they've come here and they've committed horrible crimes, then of course they have to pay for those crimes. But they wanted to support the people who've been in this country for many years, who pay taxes and work hard. So that was the sentiment that we heard over and over again. I think there were about 500 people in Grand Park. I would say about half of them made the trek over here to the detention center. And then, it was about 7:45 when everybody arrived here, and then at 8 o'clock it was time to go. When I looked around, and my cameraman felt the same as we looked around and we felt that the people who had been at that prayer vigil, most of them left at 8 o'clock because they knew it was time to go. The other people who hung back were some of the ones that we recognized from last night, who then got involved in activity that was very harmful to property and to people. So we do see some of the same people coming around trying to make problems. They're not part of the group that has something they want to express in a peaceful manner and support their neighbors. Coming back live here, though, in front of the detention center, you can see that there is a large presence by LAPD. Earlier, they were the mounted police. Here we have officers that are booking those who elected to stay after the 8 o'clock curfew. And I will say that when we were asked to move back, we were asked to move in the most aggressive manner that we've been told since I've been covering this story over the last 5 days. We had to move back quickly. I think I was in the middle of a live shot when that happened, and they pushed us back quite a few feet from where we were before, because they were going to begin the process of trying to determine who was here that deserved to be here, and the only one who's allowed to be here after 8, if you don't live in this area, are the media. So those people are being arrested and they will be taken away. So it's peaceful here now, but there's a large police presence. Also, the guard was here earlier. I don't see them now, ensuring that things are quiet in this spot in downtown LA. Susan?
And what we're not seeing, Laura, we're not seeing anyone lob water bottles or worse, fireworks at police. Nothing like that tonight.
No, obviously the area is secured, so we won't see any of that tonight, at least from my vantage point. I'm able to see almost all the way to the freeway and then down the street. But when the LAPD moved in, they moved in quickly and they moved in with conviction. As people like to say, they weren't playing. I mean, we knew to get out of the way fast. So that's what we're seeing right now, just those people being booked. They're being lined up along that gate there, and presumably they'll be taken away in that bus and I guess perhaps spend the night in jail. I'm not exactly sure. I don't think you'd be released OR. I think probably people will spend the night in jail. But this is the scene in downtown, and I assume that it's quiet in other parts of the city as well. This is the only place I've been today. But a story I told to you earlier that I thought was quite fascinating. After we finished our live coverage last night and I got back to my destination at 7th and Olive, I saw, we weren't that far away. We were, 7 blocks from where all that lawlessness had taken place. All the vandalism and people hurting other people. And people at 7th and Olive were out on dates, Susan. I saw couples walking by holding hands, walking down the street to go have dinner, and other people walking up to the taco truck. And trust me, they didn't have a clue what was going on not far from where they were. So that's the difficulty of it. If you own a business business, and you're thinking, come on, I'm not close to where that activity is taking place. Why can't I stay open? But, you know, the mayor and the chief of police have to do what's best for the people of the city to keep them safe, and they have determined that having this curfew is what's safe for people, and you know, we have to trust them. We elected them into office, and it's their decision to make.
Good point, Laura Diaz. Thank you. Indeed, because it is a huge, you know, square mile of the curfew zone. And as she pointed out, you could be not that far away when things are happening, and yet you don't see any of this kind of thing that we've been focusing on the last 5 nights. All right, let me show you this. Crowds protesting the anti-immigration raids marched onto the 101 freeway in downtown Los Angeles earlier today. The CHP mobilized quickly to move protesters out of freeway lanes. The confrontation shut down traffic briefly, but it's moving again tonight. And last we saw, there were definitely law enforcement officers at on-ramps on locations where protesters could access the freeway. All right, we're going to go to meteorologist Adam Kruger. Yep. It's kind of like a, you know, amuse-bouche. It's kind of a way to clear the palate and enjoy some good news about our weather.
A palate cleanser. And that is how the LA news market works. You got to get the weather. You got to get some of the breaking news in. We wanted to make sure we got you some of the breaking news elements to their coverage. As they do their weather forecast, we're going to take the opportunity to slide away for a brief commercial break. We do still have vantage points from the ground here. As they've been alluding to in their reports from the scene, though, a lot quieter tonight than previous nights, as is indicative by this vantage point in downtown LA. Let's take a commercial break. We're going to bring you back down to Los Angeles in a moment.
Want a water? Here you go. All right, water.
You are not welcome in New York City.
Not the eyes. We have other sides too.
victim in violence last night said he would rather have his own police force de-escalating tensions in the community stemming from the raids. As cleanup crews work to repair the damage left behind, the National Guard continues to protect the federal building into the night, and police once again line up in riot gear for what could be another long night in the street.
All right, guys, looks like things have calmed down quite a bit. I know it's only about 9:15 in California right now, so there may be some things pop off. I'll monitor a little bit more. But yeah, until next time, you guys can follow me if you hear of protests. Probably Saturday. I imagine Saturday I will broadcast again, and we'll have the streams ready. This will be a good place to watch. So just push follow or save my channel, whatever you want to do. That way you can come back and watch the live feed. So thanks for everyone for watching. Later, guys.